to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm moving on grind. Right on the way to the top. 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 On grind. I'm going in. I'm like that. On grind. I'm gonna win. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm moving right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. On grind. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Gotta Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, all grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. The lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Live deep. The letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. All grind. I'm going in. Got me like, all grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm going in. Live deep. the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. Not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.
Guys, we are back with another event over here in League of Legends South Asia. Legends Ascend, this time qualifier to 3 teams already from Qualifier 1. It's me, Mandus, alongside a new face today on the casting desk over here. It's going to be Hades. Hades, welcome aboard. And any words from your side?
Hi, thank you so much, Madness. It's good to be here. Yeah, hi guys. So I've been a League of Legends player since 2012, retired from competitive play a couple of years back, but I have always been following the scene, and it'll be nice to join some South Asian talent here, cast some good games. So looking forward to it, Madness. Take it away. What do we have in store for today?
Yeah, so we have 3 games going to be coming up in front of you very shortly. They won't have a problem about it. And let's talk a bit about Qualifier 1. 3 teams qualified over there. It's going to be your Asterix, it's going to be your Kakao, and a very fought out best of 5 over towards the end over there. And then in our third game that we streamed on Discord was between Phoenix Ascension and FFing, and Phoenix Ascension closely knocking it out and as well qualifying. Before that, we'll just take a look a bit at the prize pool over here. Take us away, Hades.
The prize pool, so that is 10,000 rupees. That's a lot of money that can be won. And also, forget that, like the prize money is great, but you get also a spot to represent the wildcard region in the playoffs. So that's going to be huge because you'll be competing against like the cream of the crop in the South Asian League of Legends scene. So I'm sure lots of teams got their eyes on the prize. And as you can see, we do have another qualifier coming up on the 26th as well. Pretty sure that's going to be a banger. So yeah, it looks like the format is set, the stage is set, and all these teams are ready to show their best. There's been a new patch released as well, so it'll be interesting to see what type of priority, picks and bans, how drafting is going to go. So yeah, just looking forward to some great action, man. Like it's been a while since I've casted, but it's good to be back. And yeah, looking forward to some sick League of Legends.
Absolutely. And then talking about that was your qualifiers, what are you going to get in? If you're top 3 teams in each of those qualifiers, you get 9 teams in total. They're going to head into a round robin league stage that we're going to be handing out. Top 4 teams from that will be double elimination playoffs going for that. As you know, it's fearless draft throughout the tournament, throughout the qualifiers, throughout everything that we're going for. So you have this in play for them. So you got to keep in mind the top 4 teams. That's where the money starts to condense a lot from that prize pool. So that's where teams are going to be heading out. We already have 3 teams qualified: the Asterix, the Kakao Gaming, and we have Phoenix Ascension heading on to the tournament. Now Qualifier 2 begins from today, and we're going to have 3 games that we're going to cast the action for you.
Nice. And to everyone who's just tuned in, I'm pretty sure you guys have been following what has been happening over the last qualifier, and what would you say would be like the standout highlights? Like, has there been any sort of, to what you notice, Madness, if there has been any like proper strong picks that teams choose to either first pick in the draft, and like, these like really powerful picks that most teams are looking to prioritize, and if any of these are being taken away, what kind of a meta are we expecting to see, like, coming from the 2 teams that we have facing off today? That's Nexus Reapers and Tren Abusers.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. But let's just talk about all the 3 BO3s. As you mentioned, Nexus Reapers versus Tren Abusers is going to be game 1, which is best of 1. We're going to remember, guys, this entire qualifier is just single elimination. So if you're out, you're out. You don't get a second life in here. Team Orb versus Syncamol will be in best of 1. Remember, last time Team Orb was against Team Asterix in round 1. Unfortunately, a bit of a mismatch in skill over there, so they faced quite a brutal shaking down. And then the last best of one that we'll have today is SUVO haters versus troll gods. Troll gods do put in a good showing whenever they come up on the screen. So do trend abusers. So these two teams walk out. But talking about the matchups that you were talking about specifically over there, it's all about these teams. They've known each other for so long. They'd like to, instead of doing the meta picks and bans, they try to target each other a lot. Say you have Copy in the opponent team, they're going to ban out the Kled. Say you have Akshaj in the opponent team, you're going to ban out a lot of control mages in the mid lane. And then it just goes like that. And one pick that makes a lot difference here is going to be the Mordekaiser pick and ban that comes out a lot. In the Mord in our region either gets picked or it gets banned out. That's what you have to keep your eye on. Talking about ADCs, the Jinx, the Tristana is pretty favored by a lot of players in our region, so you have to watch out for them. Jungle wise, the Jarvan, the Nocturne, these kind of things going out. Mid lane, it's always about how the matchup goes down, and we just want to see how these people do on the Rift.
Okay. I think that the meta has basically revolved usually around a lot of team fighting, and usually teams would like to pick out these comps with the big combos.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, we have a bit of these kind of situations. But yeah, let's talk a bit, while we head into the match, let's talk a bit about, you've mostly seen the Sri Lankan scene, and your opinion, except for like Phoenix Ascension over there, we know who are the top dogs right now from that region. What about the other teams from there that potentially can show up maybe in this qualifier and the next qualifier?
Well, according to my knowledge, there was this one team that came pretty close, like Team Ascend. I think they were represented by Max Gaming, the Max Gaming clan. They had some strong players like, RPC, Penta, and like the boys. They actually have taken Ascension into like 5-game series and like and even beaten them at some like local tournaments. Like they have been defeated before. It's not like they're unbeatable. I mean, while the players on that team are all like really good players and they have been playing for a relatively long time, I feel like there is new blood in Sri Lanka also, and I'm pretty sure there is in like across South Asia that might be looking to try to come and take down these like seemingly undefeatable teams. Like when it comes to the Sri Lankan scene, like players like Hydra come into mind, like just popping off and like some of the South Asian tournaments back off, getting up. I casted the game like I literally just see this Darius just turn his ghost on and just run into like 5 people, just get a pentakill like under that freaking Nexus and just turn the entire game on its head. Like, there's been some incredible moments and like super standout plays. So I'm excited to see how our boys actually match up against like the cream of the crop in this, like against like the top teams from India, the top teams from like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal. Like I still haven't like properly delved into like this world yet. But now I guess today is going to be day one of that. So really looking forward to see how this goes. So I mean, I'm pretty sure that most teams like to continue to play around the snowballing play style where they funnel their carries, get their carries fed, make some good like, mid-game macro, try to like, control the tempo of the game, try to go into like just dominating their opponents in every single way possible. And also there is that slow pace style sometimes where both teams decide to handshake and like, let's just farm and let's take it out in the late game and just like see how it goes. There have been instances where sometimes teams just pick hyperscaling comp versus hyperscaling comps. You've seen like a Nexus versus like a Veigar and like, stuff like that. And then you just know it's going to go into the late game like, okay, goodbye support, goodbye ADC. That Veigar's just going to press the R button and he's just going to get wiped off the map. And the the team fight continues. Or meanwhile, you have to deal with like a 700 stack Nexus just pushing alone with like a Hullbreaker. Good luck stopping that. Like, sometimes you see some like innovative picks also coming out from like regions like Sri Lanka. I've seen some like crazy stuff in the past, so I won't be surprised to see like some Yoriks or like. All right, so we are gonna get into the pick and ban phase. Let's see what they prioritize. Actually, we can see an immediate talent ban. I mean, it sounds pretty OP in the jungle.
Yeah, Talon is pretty OP. The Fiddlesticks is also taken away. Tren Abuser's not. a new player to the scene, but I think Nexus Reapers will have a bit of a tough time against them. I'm going to be a bit, biased in favor a bit towards the side of Tren abusers right now. Obviously, in the draft, you usually don't see these bans later on in the tournament. I think these guys just know each other's picks, and from the scouting that they've done from the entire team section, that's what they're trying to aim for. The Swain comes out as a ban, shows it's a Shaco. You usually never see a Shaco ban, so that just means the jungler of Nexus Reapers is proficient on this champion.
Let's see if there's going to be a Mordekaiser ban. Like you said, this is a champ that's either picked or banned across the board. So let's see if any team wants to ban it, or if they're looking to set up, like, keep the Mordekaiser open, take 2 power picks themselves on. Oh, a Twitch taken away. Okay, so this kind of prevents like the Twitch Nocturne angle if any teams are looking towards like Twitch Nocturne Galio. These are like, globals and the ability to just stick your opponents by surprise. Okay, so we do see a Lux taken away as well. So these look like very targeted bans.
Oh yeah, it does seem absolutely like these are targeted bans, because none of the bans that I can see in front of us are like the meta, except for maybe the Lux in sort of some cases of the support ban. I would have maybe like to see a Lulu ban instead, so it takes out some of the options of the hyper carries and say the Jinx and the Zeri that can go with it. Now you're going to take the Ezreal pick up over here, so that maybe, so they're going to take the Ezreal for themselves in case Tren abusers like Tren on a dive comp. They usually do like to go for it. And you talked about the Darius pick. The top laner of Tren abusers does like playing Darius as well. Yep.
So that Irelia and a Darius has been locked in. Like I would say this is actually a pretty good Rammus angle if you're asking me, because you're looking at an Ezreal here who can relatively stay safe. They might want to maybe round out and like maybe pick something like maybe like a Braum or something here would also be help just to keep the Ezreal safe in the late game. Once these like Dariuses and Irelias jump on top of you, you're pretty much dead. So having some good peel from a champion like Braum might actually be. But instead they're opting for a Heimerdinger. This is okay. So Darius and Irelia, like, it's not going to be the easiest time. I feel like Irelia would have a better matchup against the Heimerdinger. The Darius is not going to have fun. He's not gonna have fun.
It doesn't look like it's going to be a fun time for him, the amount of poke, especially if they bring out maybe a Karma in the bot lane with the Ezreal as well. There's going to be just so much poke that the Darius has to deal with, and you have a DP less advantage as well over there. But the answer, they pick up the J4 as their R3 over there for the side of Nexus Reapers.
They have secured
instantly. Yeah, and they're going to lock in the Jinx for themselves. Now it's up to the Lulu's still open. It's pretty something good you can pair up the Jinx over here. So it's up to see if Nexus Reapers opt to ban that out in the second phase of
banning. They should probably look to try to take away some of these Enchanter supports, Yeah, and
now the Vladimir is also out of the picture. So, as we were talking about, it's not the meta bans. It's more, as you said, the targeted bans coming out over here. That the Vlad's gone out of the picture. Maybe they just don't want to have that in the mid lane. Maybe Sphinx.
Yeah, I mean, but right now, like I feel like Nexus Reaper should probably take out the. They should probably take away something like a Lulu over here or a Karma. Rel's a good ban actually, because if you're looking at that comp, they need some kind of a setup to make it work, to set up the big plays and just get Jinx that one kill and get her excited and take control of the team fights, from the late game, like the mid to late game. But it's going to be very interesting to see how these lanes play out. You can see that, like, wow, they've even banned like the Woolly Bear. Like, they do not want this Irelia to be, counterpicked. So they're really throwing these forcing these targeted bans. Let's see what the answer is going to be, what the final ban is going to be on the side of Nexus Reapers. And they banned the Mordekaiser, but they've already locked in, unless they were thinking that this is a Darius jungle, or maybe they would even send more to the jungle. Otherwise, it doesn't kind of make sense that they would ban that.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, the only option would be if that Mord was going into the jungle, but I don't think they play that way from the side of Tren abusers. Now they want to pick up a safe, you can talk about it, more of the safe kind of picks for themselves. They want to go Alistar Jinx on the bot side. Pretty strong duo over there. You can try and lock up the Ezreal, but he's going to jump out every single time Arcane Shift out of the way.
Yeah,
so you have to look out for that.
Basically... Yeah, it's not going to be... The lane's going to... I feel like the bot lane is just going to be... They're just going to be farming. Unless, of course, we see... Like, I would think a Braum would be a really good pickup here. I really think it's a really good pickup on support for the side of Nexus Reapers. Because it... if an Alistar, like, goes all in, the concussive blows will just keep it safe. And Illaoi actually locked in. Wow, okay. So that should... Is it a Heimerdinger support? Could it be a Heimerdinger mid lane? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, they are leaving it open over there. I don't think we got to see the last pick up from the side of Nexus Reapers over there, maybe due to sound on the system over there. But yeah, it does look like the Heim can be going anywhere. But okay, we're gonna maybe have a redraft over there essentially. Before we go back, let's go back talk about some of the picks, because most of those picks are going to be the same ones that are going to get locked in. We were talking about going over there. We talked about the mod, very interesting ban that came out, given that the already Irelia was picked, the Darius was picked from the side of Tren abusers. So I don't essentially understand, as you were talking about the mod ban coming from them. Now the Heimerdinger is a bit of a loose cannon, can be going the support, can be going anywhere he feels like. Depends on how this team wants to play from the side of Nexus Reapers. You see teams, maybe when they're not used to playing as a support, like to go for more damage supports. He thinks the Heimerdinger is going for him. That's why the Lux ban was targeted at him that way. But yeah, carrying on, the Irelia Darius seems already pretty strong comp going in. But you have the Alistar, it does provide a lot of
these are two early game bullies. Like they're gonna probably look to play with a lot of pressure in the lanes, look to pressure the lanes, try to just overall just take over from the early game itself, set the snowball, and put Nexus Reapers behind. But I feel like smart drafting is going to be what will actually give them a chance, because like you said, Tren abusers do seem like the more skilled on paper, the more skilled team. But we have seen some upsets before, and I feel like drafting is a super important part of looking into how some of these teams that are trying to get forward in a tournament, kind of you need to just look back at the basic fundamentals of when it what wins games is mostly a solid draft and a good game plan. So I mean, I can see how the Heimerdinger is going to completely either nullify the Irelia and the Darius. So putting a Heimer in support lane doesn't make sense also, because it's fine. It's good against an Alistar and a Jinx, because Alistar is just going to get poked down constantly if ever he looks to try to engage. But instead, stopping a champion like Irelia and Darius from hitting their power spikes, getting those early game kills and snowballing is going to be way more working in their favor. And around teams that play Heimerdinger as a core carry, I feel like they have better control over objectives as well, depending on how they choose to rotate the Heimerdinger with the leads that he acquires in lane. But I don't know if these teams actually play to that level yet. It would be interesting to see, though, if they decide to play around a certain carry. And I feel like a Heimerdinger is a really good carry to just play around, to control objectives, control portions of the map, with good vision, set up traps. So yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing how Nexus Reapers are going to answer this very strong draft that seems to be coming from the side of what's their name again?
Tren abusers.
Excuse me. Tren. This Tren. Tren.
Yeah.
Is it one of their friends? Is one of their friends?
Yeah, there's a guy who's in their team. Yeah, so they're the people. Yeah, that's how they're going. But guys, while we're still waiting for us to head back into the draft, please make sure to follow us on all our social medias. The links in the description box below. We have Discord events going on. We had the ARAM tournament yesterday, so make sure to go follow that. And before we head back into the draft, we're just going to be taking a very, very short break before the action commences.
To the top, right on the way to the top, right on the way to the top. I did it. On grind. I'm going in, got me like what? On grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gonna drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. On time. I'm going in. Got me like, on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a quick commercial break. This is Hades, along with the familiar face of the house, Madness here. Yep, we're going to hop right into the draft because I guess there might have been some kind of confusion on the side of Nexus Reapers because that Mordekaiser ban did not make sense. I'm guessing that's exactly what the problem was. So they're just going to go with the same bans. Oh, they banned the
no, they're
Darius
going to
instead.
change it up. Yeah, they banned the Darius instead. I think that's why. And guys, usually when we do come back, we're going to have a same draft. But this time, both teams have agreed they're going to change up their picks and bans a bit. They're going to change their drafts as well. As you can see, it said the Darius has been banned out of here. That was last time picked by Tren abusers. So it's all on this. Both teams have agreed. So it's going to be like this. So we're going to have a relatively newer draft over here. So anything that you just saw before, forget most likely. But they're still going to stick to that Ezreal first pick for the side of Nexus Reapers. And as well as their
And are they going to pick the
abusers.
Mordekaiser? No, they don't pick the Mordekaiser. I was hoping it would be an Irelia mid Mordekaiser top, but now let's see if the side of Nexus Reapers wants to pick the Mord for themselves. I feel like it's a strong pick overall. Does well into an Irelia as well. I mean, if you can just play safe around the minion waves. Try not to let her get her stacks and just jump on top of you and just right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Play a bit safer. They're going to pick the Eloy much earlier on over here in the draft than they did the last time. So they had a bit of changes of how they want to play. Maybe because of how the players were sitting, or they didn't understand they can maybe change their champions as well. So that's why they did the draft that way. But yeah, we're going to have the Eloy up. Now it's up to Tren abusers. They can go for a big counter. I still think this Irelia is going into the mid overall. And it looks like they want to pick their mid and the top. This Cho'Gath can be a flex jungle also as well over here.
Wow, okay. Cho'Gath jungle, I mean, I can see why Cho'Gath would do well in mid lane. I would see how it'll do well into like an Irelia. But otherwise, yeah, this is a very like interesting draft. They are going to be able to control, like, they have two big beefy boys in their solo lanes and possibly jungle. Let's see how they round out their bans, though. Second round of bans here. They should try to take away some supports, maybe, or...
maybe ban out the Karma or something like that. Can do very well with the Ezreal in the bot side. Something like that should be coming from the Train abusers. They're going to ban out the Jarvan. Remember, Nexus Reapers had picked Jarvan in the last
Yeah, they
draft,
picked
so
it.
maybe they
Yeah.
even keep some points for themselves over here for the side of Trend abusers. So they're putting that into their arsenal, and they have left it open that they might either do the Karma or might stick to doing jungle bans over here.
Or, I mean, I would like to see them maybe ban some control mages, because you can see the side of Trend abusers, they severely lack AP. Like I said, like you see a Malzahar ban immediately, taking away some of that, some of these powerful picks that can actually just snowball out of control if just given enough time on the map. And also, I'm kind of thankful they did nerf Rod of Ages. That item's just overpowered recently. Malzahar also another good abuser of that item. Like, just good luck killing me, dude. Like, through my Seraph's Shield. I'm just gonna press E and W and watch a minion wave disappear. You deal with that. I'm gonna go continue farming 10 CS per minute. All the good stuff. So let's see how they run it. Blitzcrank ban. I mean, I don't see why that would pose much of a threat. I mean, yes, you do hook a Jinx. Like, yeah, goodbye, Jinx. So, and a Mordecai search around other bans. Okay, that I feel like that's a pretty respectable ban. They probably want to take that away. But this leaves so many options open for Trend abusers. Let's see what they're going to go with.
It's left a lot open for them.
They should probably pick the jungler here.
They can probably pick the jungler here. It leaves Nexus Reapers open to maybe picking up a Karma as well for themselves to protect the Ezreal, give the added move speed. And as you did talk about, the jungler does get picked up. Jinja pretty meta right now, pretty good. Early good ganking potential. Looks like Nexus Reapers will be locking in that Karma for themselves and with their last pick to finalize their entire draft.
I'm looking at this comp and I'm like, where is the damage on the side of Nexus Reapers? Like, yeah, like it's a strong draft in like a team fight setting. They got good poke and good disengage, but I don't see damage. Like, where is the damage at?
Yeah, the damage is a bit lacking. And the Karthus jungle picked over here for a bit more late game scaling for themselves.
Right,
this draft is a bit unusual, especially with that reaction. Yeah, that's a bit unusual over there. Trend abusers was a much more standard draft, but lacking completely in the AP department right now. That's why they have to pick up that Veigar. Again, another hyper scaling champion. If the Veigar Jinx goes out, that can put a lot of damage for themselves. Remember, Liandry's is nerfed on this patch as well, so people building that will also have a problem.
All right, okay, so this is gonna be we need to keep our Ezreal alive comp versus a comp that is basically just gonna walk like 2 people, 3 people into your jungle. Hello. This jungle does not belong to you. It belongs to my Xin Zhao and my Alistar, who is gonna be roaming in the mid game and visiting mid lane. These are immobile champions, by the way. We have Karthus, we have the only person who has a dash is Ezreal on that team. And to be fair, Trend abusers don't have a lot of mobility either, except maybe on the Irelia and the Jinx if she gets a reset. But I really am this is gonna be very, very difficult to watch. Like, it all depends on how they play out the mid game, how Nexus Reapers tries to hold and weather the storm. But they have to play proactively if they want to win against this composition, because they have been outdrafted. There's a Jinx and a Veigar on Trend abusers. If it goes into late game, I don't see how, unless the Karthus is ultra fed and can one-shot the carries, I don't see how it's gonna end up in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Trend abusers is going to be scaling quite a bit. As you said, they're going to have to wither storm, but also be proactive. They have to go for this early engagement for themselves and try to snowball it for them. Get the Karthus, get some kills onto him, get the Ezreal going down the bot side so he can get some poke damage. The Karma Ezreal will be doing a good job against, the Alistar Jinx in the bot side in terms of poke. They can try and get the pressure from that side. Maybe the jungler starts bottom to top from the side of Nexus Reapers, goes for a top gank instead in form of Karthus. But yet again, Karthus a bit low on the gank potential earlier on, has to be, as you said, scaling, trying to get snowball as much as he can, get his Dark Harvest stacks up to the maximum that potential that he can go for. Trend abusers low on mobility in the side of Nexus Reapers. The Ezreal, he's the guy who's going to be mobile all the way, has his flash, has his arcane shift, will be getting Shojin, so his arcane shift will be coming up much more faster. The Karma also provides him with some shielding, with some more movement speed, and then Tren Abusers also can't group up too much in the fight just because of that Iloyal plus the Cho'Gath walking in.
Yeah, true. But it also it's going to be difficult for them to walk into like a funnel, especially with a Vhagar event horizon. With the Vhagar cage, it's just they're going to be able to also control certain like parts of the map where like, okay, you want to walk into us, like you don't have engage, you don't have CC, you have poke, you have a Cho'Gath Q that could knock you up. But otherwise, like this team is severely lacking engage. They have this kind of it's a weird draft, you know, like it's not something you see every day. Versus a standard, like a overall just a very standard solid draft with like strong late game on the side of like Team Abusers, Tren Abusers, and you know they have strong lanes. They have a winning top side. If you look at these junglers, like Xin Zhao can. I mean, if the Karthus does take exhaust, which I'm pretty sure might be what we're gonna see, then I can see how it might be. Like he could just go be annoying, just go into Zin's jungle and be like, "Oh hey, I'm just gonna contest you on this camp right now." So, and if you want to fight me, I'm just gonna exhaust you. Press E and just spam.
Yeah, and like earlier on, we usually don't see maybe a lot of level 1s between these teams, but given this kind of comp, you might want to go for a level 1 from the side of Nexus Reapers, maybe go for some aggression overall over there, because you do have a comp that can maybe, you know, outplay it a bit over the side. If you isolate one of the two targets on the side of Tren Abuser, you can go for a deep kind of dive over there. And yes, as you said, Karthus runs the exhaust, runs the ignite, depends on what summoners he'll be running when he runs up over there. But yeah, a bit of an unusual draft. You said a bit of an unusual banning as well until the side was towards the second phase of banning. Yes, that's to be expected sometimes. Yeah. And you guys remember, this is the second edition of this draft. The first one was scrapped entirely, and some of the picks that were done in the first draft were targeted in the second one. So that also adds another layer to how these teams are going to go into this matchup.
I mean, I don't see. I'm trying to look at the win conditions of both teams, and for me, okay, win condition for Tren Abusers is very simple. We just try, of course, to win lane and get our Vhagar and Jinx fed and take over from the mid game onwards if we play the early game. But I'm looking at the win cons for Nexus Reapers, and I see, okay, team fighting against this team is not going to be easy because they have an Iloy. However, like once they bait out that ultimate, once the Karthus ultimate is down, if this is a team that's looking to try to proactively make plays around the map, how are they going to start a fight? Like what? How without any CC? They have a Cho'Gath knockup. That's it. That's all they have. Like I don't see any other tools for them to start a fight. Like, and the good teams are going to be like, okay, let's just wait until the Cho'Gath doesn't have his Q, his rupture, and then okay, you don't have a CC. We're going to start the fight on you. Start the fight, and the moment Eloy presses R, everybody just right clicks in the opposite direction. Fight is over. What do you do then? So let's see how these teams played out. I mean, you can still see like a Karthus just do a full clear in like 3 minutes, and like, you know, just let's see if this Karthus can actually pull that power farming strategy and try to, you know, keep the game entertaining for, let's say, maybe the first 10 to 15 minutes, and then see what happens.
Absolutely, he's the guy that they're going to put a lot of their pressure behind, that he's the guy who's going to be the front man for that team. And especially given that it was their last pick, they put a lot of thought into picking it up, so maybe that's how they want to play, especially against that comp. As you said, very, very less engage on the side of Nexus Reapers. Very hard to do. If you bait out the abilities, you said the Eloy ultimate, the Cho'Gath knockup, if that goes out of the picture, instantly they can start engaging from the side of Tren Abusers, and it's pretty much GG in team fights. If the Karthus is not Omega fed, or if the Eloy can't land anymore, anything into the fights, Jinx is ahead, the Vhagar is ahead. They're just going to keep on scaling out portion. So the point of Nexus Reapers, they have to end the match as fast as possible. That's pretty much their win con, that you have to go for, you know, the early on aggression for your side, try to get it on over there. Remind you guys, this is a best of one single elimination type of tournament, so whichever team loses is unfortunately out of qualifier too.
I guess Nexus Reapers were just like, let's put all of our eggs into the Karthus basket, see how that works out. And like, all right, Karthus, now's the time, they're low, press R, let's get those stacks. But yeah, I mean, like, you never know, man. You never know. You can't like, just because a team has this weird draft, and you don't realistically see a way how they might actually be able to win. One of the ways is if Tren abuses maybe tries to get a little overconfident, start trying to show off, make mistakes, and put Nexus Reapers in a position where they can actually take back the game. Because if you look at a team like this, even with like the super fed Karthus and a super fed Ezreal, one Elder buff could change the course of the entire game. You're talking about a Karthus ultimate that could potentially just wipe out everyone off the map. So hopefully they will be able to survive for that long, but it all depends on what kind of dragons we have, how these teams play around the objectives, how they're going to do their lane swaps, if there's going to be any lane swap shenanigans. But yeah, I mean, I guess Dispatch Riot did kind of nerf the whole lane swapping thing a little bit. I'm not exactly sure if it's like dead, but you still see it in pro play. Especially around timers like when the grubbies are spawning and when the herald's on the map. And so let's see. And also with the other cons and everything, it's just gonna be so much interesting things to see. Wow, I'm just looking forward to see this Eloy and maybe Karthus buff off. Plus, just from a non-biased perspective, just like to see some. Let's hopefully see like a long drawn out game, and that this team will get a good chance. But single elimination, you're looking down the eyes of a Jinx and a Waker and an Irelia and a Xin Zhao. It's not going to be easy. All right, I think we are live.
Yes, guys, we are live with Qualifier 2. First game up on the stream. It's going to be Nexus Reapers versus Tren Abusers. We've talked a lot about the teams going into it. And as you can see, Tren Abusers have grouped up, going down. But they're going to be met up by the full squad of Nexus Reapers. There's going to be a level 1 fight shenanigans going out over here. Jinja instantly going on to the line over here. And And now Karma is absolutely isolated, has to flash away from the fight. Now Jinx is being targeted pretty heavily, going low on HP bar, and it looks like Xin on the off screen did catch up to the Karma, picks up the kill, but unfortunately the Ezreal also gets a kill onto the Jinx. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but importantly it is going to be the Ezreal who picks up one of those kills. Here comes Gary Striker, he's going here. You can kill the Xin, but look at the HP bars. They're taking away. Xin was all by himself. He's fighting the world over here. A lot of fighting going down at the back end of it. Carry Striker's all alone. Hypertator might look to get the... He does pull away the soul. He does get it to him. Now it looks like Phantom wants to get the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's low on HP. One more auto, that's going to be the kill, and they do pick it up. Jinx is back here from the dead. Flashes forward. Wants to connect one more auto onto the Phantom, but he goes and gets out of it. Oh my god, that was a bit of a clown fiesta.
The second qualifier. Welcome to the second qualifier of the Legends Ascent South Asian Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a fiesta to start this game off. Alright, let's take stock of what we have. An Ezreal on 2 kills. We have no summoners on the bot side of the map, except for the Ignite, but this is... we also have a Cho'Gath with 3 assists and a kill. We have an Eloy with a kill. And we have a Xin Zhao and a Waker with a kill. So I think the winners of this were the Nexus Reapers.
Yeah, it is going to be the side of Nexus Reapers to pick up the feats of Warfare as well, because they got 4 kills in that exchange on the top side. But Sekiro manages to hit level 2 first over here, gets the full Conquer stacks, hits down High End Potato to around half his HP bar. But it's going to be Ezreal. Let's talk a bit about the first part. Ezreal picks up 2 kills for himself, already gets a lot of gold in his pocket, picks up a tier earlier on, going to get them stacked up over, already 12 stacks into his tier. Cho'Gath gets 1 kill, and as well as a High Potato on that Eloy on the top side. On the side of Tren Abusers, it's going to be the Xin Zhao, picks up 1 kill, so is the Vega. Drons is coming with the headbutt against the wall over here, knocks him up onto the Karma. Karma gets chunked down quite a bit, and the E forward, arcade shift backwards from the Ezreal does block a bit of the damage from the W that was going to land.
He was just like, don't hurt my Karma. He was just like, don't hurt my Karma. I'm going to block that zap.
But, yeah, you absolutely don't want to take it.
Having kind of a lag.
Again, a nice extended forward. Goes in over here. Now Karma's being chunked down quite a bit. Again, Ezreal blocking the W. And he's going forward. Vegeta has to pop his barrier over here. But the Q does. Here comes the Ignite coming from Drons, but it's not enough. Karma picks up the kill onto the Alistar over there.
Yo, this is not how they should... They're greeting so much on this Karma that they are disrespecting this 3-0-3 Ezreal. What? I'm not sure why that they are. Also, our API is not working. We cannot see what's happening on the map. Apparently, nothing has happened.
Yeah, that will be fixed, but we can still see the stats according to the scoreboard over there on the bot side. And you can see the Ezreal already so mega fan. 303 to his name. And the Jinx not respecting the Ezreal damage that can be coming out. Has picked up a Cull going back down. Here comes John just bullying a bit onto karthus over here. He's just farming for himself. But in the meantime, in the mid lane, Phantom's getting ganked on. Has to avoid getting stunned by the cage. Taking the time. He still gets a lot of damage to himself. As well as the Veigar picking up some gold through that first strike.
I seem to be having a little bit of a delay on my stream.
Yeah, it's fine. We can continue over here. Sekiro is still farming up quite a bit. 26 kills to the 16 of Eloy over there. Even though Eloy is the one who got the first kill, but it was Sekiro hit the level up, the second level before the level 1 over there. Striker's close by. He wants to come in for an engage. RT shift already used by the Ezreal, but it's going to look like the Karma's going to be the target. Mind you, Karma doesn't have flash. There's not many places he can go, and here comes Dronzer from the other side. Wants to push away Ezreal. Ezreal gets the barrier gets burned. Can you get the last hit? Vegeta does pick up a big shot for himself, but unfortunately the Jinx also falls down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, it looks like they really want to try to get the shutdown goal, and mission was successful. The Jinx was able to pick it up, so, but still though, the Ezreal position is looking to just immediately go for that Triforce, but if I were him, I would probably invest into getting that Caulfield's Hammer going for the early Mura mana, because you can always hit your power spike at around level 11 with a Triforce completion. Well, you can see they're aggressively looking to invade into the karthus here.
They absolutely are walking quite a bit up here. Karma's clearing out the pink ward. Pink ward over there, and he will be clearing quite a bit. You can see now the Dronzer is gonna get some deep vision, as you're talking about. Will be recalling, going back to base over there, that side. Again, the top side, Sekiro showing his dominance. His level 6 earlier on. His soul gets pulled in, but how much damage can High Potato do to this pulled out soul? Sekiro comes back in with the full stacks. They have stacked up the Conqueror as well. Do seem to have a bit of a disconnection, maybe a pause coming in as well at the end of the day over there. But yeah, Sekiro, quite a bit up in farm. 42 CS to the 27 that's stacked up by the Eloy over here. Veigar calmly will be taking his stacks in the mid lane. He's a happy camper. He doesn't mind at all as soon as he gets his stacks. Already a kill to his name as well as assist, as well as a tier. Nice stun lands from Sekiro on the top side. Dodges the soul pull from the Eloy. Gets away from any kind of trade damage that can be put onto him. Looks like Ezreal will be walking back yet again to lane after reconnecting over here. Jinx, after that crucial shutdown picked up from her onto the Ezreal, does pick up a BS sword. Now pretty much all the way towards that Yunta's. Has to get the slingshot plus the longsword over there. 72 stacks, 71 stacks remaining on the cult. She thinks it's going to be a bit more farming for her side. Going to try and farm up as much gold for herself. The Cho'Gath narrowly bit behind in CS in the mid lane. Talk about the junglers. The Drake has now been taken. It spawned around 2 minutes ago. Now finally gets picked up by the side of Trend Abuser Jungler by Gary Striker over there. Will pick up a hashtag Drake for themselves as the action has slowed down quite significantly.
Yeah, and you can look now across the scoreboard, like we have an almost identical, both teams on like almost the same amount of gold, but we're looking at where this money is going to, right? We can see that the Ezreal is already like, super far ahead, but the Jinx has kind of come back with like everything that's happened. Okay, Eloy is going to probably go in for an ultimate here, but you can see immediately the Irelia is trying to dash out and right onto the karthus. Karthus, I'm not sure you want to be there right now, my friend. Okay, we can see 2 flashes being burned. He's going to go for the Q and another Q, and he's just sliding around, but he's running out of mana. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Alistar is like, hello, Cho'Gath, I'm going to try to kill you. Another flash burnt over there. It's chaos, man. It's absolute chaos.
It's absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. On the top side, he really played that pretty well. Gets the kill on the Karthus, gets out as well after queuing through the entire minion wave once and queuing back this way. Pretty well played by her, but look at who's waiting here. Potato's waiting in the bush. Did not get the soul pull for herself onto Sekiro, and Sekiro.
Is it just me or is Ezreal AFK?
Ezreal seems to be AFK essentially over here, but it looks on the top side. Dronzer has walked up. They do get the kill onto the Eloy, but the Karthus presses his R key on his keyboard, picks up a kill for herself.
Wow, okay, that's good for the Karthus, but what? This Ezreal who's so far ahead, I mean, is he disconnected? Shouldn't they be pausing? Like...
It is it's a bit of a question of why is this not happening, but let's just focus on what we can at this point. Yeah, you're talking about the Ezreal who's so far ahead. He's not in the picture at the current moment, at least. So that's a bit of a mishap from the side of Nexus Reapers. Maybe they've already run short on their additional time that could have been bought, that they could have paused for. Oh, narrowly the super meta detector missing on the Karma had to flash away from the R coming in from the Jinx. Now Vegeta's completely informed. Why not? You don't have an ADC to face against in the bot side, so you're going to be a happy person.
Dude, this Alistar is such a menace. It's just... What? Look at how annoying he is being.
He does not care. He's just doing as much damage as what he's still level 4. He doesn't care facing against this. Vegeta's walked up quite a bit, but he's in tower range. He doesn't want to be there when he's stuck to the auto attack. I don't understand what Vegeta wanted to do. They had to walk a bit away from turret range before the auto attacks had to land. The W lands from the Vegeta, so does the E. R popped by the Eloy. The ult's landing down. Cash going quite a bit low. Now has to think about who has been trapped and who. Sekiro pops the ultimate, jumps in onto the Eloy. Eloy's ultimate has been finished. Full stacks of Conqueror. There's not much you can do as the Eloy over there. It's going to be the Relay picking up the kill. Zinja had to burn his flash also in that exchange, but yes, Jinx flash burned in the bot side with a bit of spacing differential over there.
Man, I feel so bad for Nexus Reapers because they do have a legitimate chance of like doing something in this game, but now they don't have an AD carry anymore. Like it's over.
It seems to be like that, like without the Ezreal, especially the one who's so far ahead, can be a lot. But here, Hextech Flash Horizontal, he's coming in over there. Oh, he headbutted him out! No, that is not what you want to see from John's after he was playing so beautifully on this Alistar. Nice stun lands in from Sekiro. Mind you, he's one level up, and this is Hyampetin who just TP'd back into lane, already chunked down to around 20% of his HP bar.
Dude. I think he was just like, I'm just letting you off the hook this time. Okay? Like that was just like a warning. It was just like I wasn't gonna kill you, but oh no, this is not how it's not like this. We're looking
Absolutely
at a 4-2
like
earlier with an 87 CS to 54, 200 gold bounty also on top of his head. That's a dead Karthus. This jungle does not belong to him at this point. I guess you could just say GGFF at 15. We don't have a carry anymore. Thank you so much for this chaotic game. And Cho'Gath. Oh no, he disconnects as well. Welcome to the League of Laggards.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Tren because even if the Ezreal was still in the picture, if Irelia is getting so far ahead, it's going to be tough on the team, especially with the Veigar also getting quite a bit of help from Dronzer over in the mid side. Dronzer had one of that funny play where he headbutted the Cho'Gath all the way that side of the wall. And Karthus is just not being allowed to farm. Just look at the camp difference right now between the Xinjiao and the Karthus. The cow just hitting away at the bell over there, just taunting him over there. And look at this, Karma's being caught out, but Karma has a bit of side towards the right side, not many people over there.
Yeah,
I honestly think, this is gonna be, as you said, FF at 15 kind of angle.
Yeah, I mean, I look at an angle and I see an Alistar just like not caring about anything in the world. It's just like, I'm just gonna go after every single person and kill everybody. And that is a dead Zinzao. He doesn't even have to press the R button. I don't know why he did. It's okay though. Like Dark Harvest stacks, I guess.
He definitely wanted some of that Dark Harvest stack. Now it seems that two players on the side of Nexus Reaper. It does feel bad. If you're Nexus Reaper or Nexus Reaper fans, it does feel a bit bad that this is the situation that they currently... Vegeta's farmed quite a bit, 100 HCS. Karma, you don't want to be here. If that root does not land, it does not land. He does space out quite a bit as the Jinx, and that's going to be a dead Karma. I think this point, Nexus Reaper is just having fun with it, trying to see how you get an API, can't actually farm anywhere, can't actually walk in, most of his camps are gone. He is one level down to the side of Gary Striker. And the top side, Illaoi has been feeling the brunt of so many ganks, essentially, that she's not been in much of the picture. Irelia did get the 1v1 early on for herself, but after that she also had quite a bit of help from Gary Striker, from the likes of Dronzer on that Alistar, who just has been roaming, has given up on bot lane, doesn't care about that. He knows that his AD carry is pretty safe over there, given the situation that Nexus Reapers is in currently. And yet again, here he comes.
Your jungle does not belong to you. And one more Q. Yep.
Yeah, that's just not looking good at all. MFR is picking up his third kill of the game, quite stacked up. I think we're just waiting for the 50-minute mark from the side of Nexus Reapers. Two guys AFK from their team currently right now. The complete map control by the side of Tren abusers. They're not leaving anything open at all. Vegeta's picked up the tier 1 in the bot side. He's going to pick up the tier 2 in the tier 1 in the mid lane. And now API has to run for his life once he sees this Irelia, because he's going to pretty much instantly shred him to death.
Yeah, I mean, if an Irelia just presses Q on you, you are going to die.
Oh no, not again, Eloy. This is a pretty much yet again dead top laner from the side of Nexus Reapers. This is like just a rinse and repeat, a pretty much deja vu moment coming in from his side. He cannot do anything. His lane's being pushed towards his start. He still can't farm it, given the pressure that this does provide. He's going to get another kill onto API as well. There is going to the cards, just recalling in a bit of an unusual spot, given how far ahead Tren Abusers is across the map. They're going to hit the tier 3 at minute 14.5 minute mark. They're going to pick up the tier 2 in the mid lane. They pretty much run rampant, and yeah, it's pretty much GG towards the side of Tren Abusers. They're gonna go move up in this tournament. Not much you can do from the side of Nexus Reapers, except maybe try your luck in Qualifier 3.
Yeah, that is going to be what the game plan has to be. I mean, at this point, Alistair is just like, yeah, I don't care. Let's end the game right here. I mean, they had a win condition with the Ezreal, but then Ezreal's internet decided to not be his friend, or maybe his electricity decided, I'm not going to be your friend today. I'm very sorry, you were fed at first. But hey, positive KDA, right? 3-1-3. Not a bad way to end. Like, and also you have to be admire Cho'Gath. You know, Cho'Gath is just like, I am going to have a no death game, even though we lost a small moral victory for me. I will be happy with this. I can live this.
He's gonna be like, I did my part over there, nothing, no problem whatsoever. And yeah, that just seems how it is going on over here. It's just the end part of the game. Vigor's just getting so many stacks for himself. Not much else on the map. Dronzer's been pretty much roaming everywhere, getting so many picks for himself. And yeah, it looks like Tren Abuser is just gonna be going for the kill at this point. Finally in the coffin type of moment coming over here. As you said, Cho'Gath did a good job. No deaths on his side. Did his job. He can say that pretty properly.
They wanted dancing herald.
They wanted dancing Shelly at this point. Yeah, and they're pretty much going to go for it. Eloy pretty much easily leading the fight. Superman Death will claim the life of the Karma. The only person who is still active on the rift on the side of Nexus Reapers is the They've heralded. They're going to be getting the last hit over here. I think as API, you really just want to prevent the Shelly from dancing. He can't even do that. You're going to get so many kills. They're just third. They're just Nexus at this point. They want to give him the penta, but I don't think that's going to happen. They just want to make Shelly dance right now, get the last 2 hits, end the misery of Nexus Reapers, and there it's done. Shelly, please begin dancing. Oh, Shelly did not dance over here, unfortunately. He should be dancing. But yes, that's what they went for.
I think Shelly was protesting. It was like, I'm not going to dance. They didn't have a carry on their team. It's not fair. I'm not going to dance because that's even more disrespectful for the team that didn't have a carry in the bot lane. Anyways, that was the end of game 1. And yeah, that was a very one-sided. It was actually not one-sided. If you guys were with us from the start of that match, that was actually a pretty insane Fiesta level 1 where... yeah, but I think it was a fun game to cast, and congratulations to Tren Abusers. You guys played a very solid draft, good drafting, good game plan. Just unfortunate, I guess, for Nexus Reapers that they had to go through with those disconnections, but it is what it is, man. Like, you're given some time. Sometimes things just don't work out in your favor. So. I think we're hearing whispers that the MVP of the game was the Irelia, but I would totally give it to Alistair. If it was me, I would give it to Alistair.
We're gonna give it to Alistair, but the point is, Alistair on the bot side had so much free space, he can just pretty much go anywhere he wants after the Ezreal disconnected, right? It's the Irelia
even if the Ezreal doesn't disconnect, yeah. Even if the Ezreal didn't disconnect, I'm pretty sure he would have just done the same thing. Just go into Karthus' jungle, be annoying, go in like 2-man pairs with the Zinzao and the Wagar and just catch people off. Very annoying play style, played very well, but overall, congratulations to Team Tren Abusers, and hopefully good luck on the third qualifier to Nexus Reapers.
Yeah, they did. Nexus Reapers in the initial Clown Fiesta that happened in the game, like level 1 over there, they came out on top. They got the majority of kills. They got the feats of warfare for themselves. Even later on in the bot lane, when the Ezreal and Karma faced against the Jinx and Alistar, picked up 2 kills to their name for no losses. So that is the what you can talk about. And like before that, guys, let's just take a look a bit at the match highlights so you can talk about, break it a bit down just before the disconnections did start occurring, how it went out. You can see over here, Sakir on the top side. Good info. This is one of the outplays that they really went for. This is kind of why he does bait out the ultimate, goes on to API, knows he is the low target, gets his kill. Essentially, look at this, flashes away, creates distance between him and the
he waits for the Q reset. He waits for the Q reset. Yeah, just played it beautifully. He just played it really. That's just a player that knows his limits on this champion. And also, I have to say, Dronzer was like playing. He was playing really well. It was just being annoying. Just constantly roaming, just being in your face, just diving you under the tower, not letting you farm, not letting you push. Just make it like so. Yeah, even over here, there was a very good attempt by High on Potato to try to win this fight and turn it around. But even Zinzao just being smart enough to use his dash onto the minion, flash away from the threshold. So yeah, Sekiro was just completely taking over after the 10-minute mark. From that point onwards, you let an Irelia get so far ahead, you are definitely going to fall. So maybe, I guess, a little bit of inexperience. Maybe they were... it was a bit of a mismatch, like you said, because you're looking at basically like these guys are a tournament favorite, right? Tren Abusers are they looking like somewhat of a favorite to try to go very far in this tournament?
Yeah, definitely can hit the quarterfinals, hit the semifinals, maybe even make a running all the way as one of the 3 people who can qualify from this tournament, especially after a performance like this. As you said, Dronzer, even maybe if the disconnection happened, maybe you're gone for the same rooms, did a fantastic job, except for maybe that one instance where he headbutted the Cho'Gath outside. I don't see any flaws in the way he played this game at all.
Oh, no.
Maybe the 2v2 in the bot side earlier on when the Ezreal was still there. Other than that, pretty much flawless coming out from the cow. He was just being annoying with the bell everywhere, just taunting everyone as well. And just look at how much space he's creating for his team, how much deep he's going, how much vision he's getting, and how much of a nuisance this cow has been on this rift.
Yep. And he like Alistair goes where he pleases. He is doing his Mundo cosplay. Also, there's such smooth reflexes from this Irelia, just knowing these champions so well. And I mean, as a valiant of an effort that Nexus Reapers gave, it was pretty close in the early game. But they were just so unfortunate to have to lose. The one member on your team who has 3 kills disconnects, like, it's over at that point onwards.
Yeah, it's pretty much over at that point, especially once the Irelia starting getting so far ahead. The Jinx was getting that free farm on the bot side. Unfortunately for Nexus Reapers, had a bit of disconnection issues later. First it was the Ezreal, later on it was the Cho'Gath. Not much you can do over there. These things do happen from time to time again, guys. Unfortunately, it did happen with Nexus Reapers here. Unfortunately for Nexus Reapers fans, they will not be moving forward in Qualifier 2, but they can try their luck moving forward in Qualifier 3. There's going to be a third and final chance to hit the final Legends Ascent tournament over here, but it's going to be Tren Abusers moving up in this matchup with all the kills that they had. I think the level 1 was by far the most interesting point of this map when the entire Clown Fiesta went down, and that is where it looked like Nexus Reapers was getting the edge for themselves, and that's almost after that, like maybe 2-3 minutes, that's when the Ezreal DC'd, and that was a bit of a too big a problem.
Usually I have seen teams with Ezreal and Karthus are actually so good level 1 because you're looking at just getting like a Karthus. If he just keeps his distance and just keeps spamming Qs, like he's just gonna stack up so much damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, that should be the end of game 2.
It's going to be your game 1, as you said over here. We're going to move shortly into game 2, but just look at this. Unfortunately, Tren Abusers coming into it did seem a bit on the stronger side. The other team did have a DC. Your Sekiro did get fed quite a bit early. Level 1 did go Nexus Reapers' way, but after that, unfold Tren Abusers. Dronzer roaming everywhere. A lot coming out over there. We had 2 iterations of the draft over here due to some errors going on, but other than that, Pretty much a solid, fast game coming from Tren abusers. They at least ended the misery of Nexus Reapers quite earlier over here. Sub 20-minute game essentially over there for themselves. They're going to be moving on with their day, and we will very shortly head into game 2, which will be a different best of 1, which will come shortly in front of you. But while we have the time, please make sure to follow our social media. Links are in the description box below. Hit up our Discord. We have fun events coming up. A lot of things planned. Yesterday we had our ARAM tournament that Team Tokus did end up winning. So yes, we have a lot of these fun things lined up. If you have even suggestions about what we should do and what we should not do, like what kind of events, what we want in the Discord at least, please make sure to hit us up about it and express your views about the matter.
Yes, and also just want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Fragnation, and in partnership with Riot Games, of course, making all of this possible. We love this game, and we love to see how newer talent can emerge from even regions like South Asia. So it's a big chance for one of these teams to walk away with a massive 10,000 prize pool, as well as a chance to represent South Asia in the wildcard tournament. So this is really exciting stuff. It's we're looking at these teams it's going to be like an evolution of how this tournament is basically just going to play out. See what kind of picks and bans, how close to the meta are these top teams going to be playing? Are they going to be following pro play? And if they're going to continue just racking up wins, continue to move forward undefeated throughout the tournament. But yeah, we will be back eventually for the second game. And
taking a bit of
any
talk
final
about.
notes?
No, we have taken a look at the stats before. Even though it's a bit, on the unnecessary side, we're still going to talk about it. A sub 17-minute game coming from Tren abusers. Even after it being pretty much a 3v5, Nexus Reapers still managing 13 kills from themselves. Even though the Cho'Gath did DC quite a bit later on. 10 towers picked by Tren abusers. That's unnecessary because they had so many lanes uncontested. The bans, you should keep this in note, people who are going to be facing Tren abusers earlier on, the kind of bans they're going for. No, even though albeit more on the targeted side, they picked up all 3 grubs. They picked up the Drake pretty earlier on for themselves. So that's how the cookie crumbled, at least in this one. And we're going to be moving on forward onto the next game. On the final notes, I think Tren abusers have to respect which level 1 is stronger, which team is stronger, at least in the level 1. Like you were saying, the Karthus is pretty strong in level 1. But before we even take a short break, let's look a bit at the MVP. As we were talking about before, it's going to be that Irelia 624, great outplay on the top side, especially with the Karthus scheme for the game. Great spacing coming in from him. 953 damage per minute, 8.6 CS per minute. Even after that, he also got repeated ganks coming in from the Xinjiao, from Jonzer coming up on the top side. So you expect these kind of stats, especially after the performance that this man has put on.
Yeah, and Sekiro there just choosing to be a hidden character. So, but yeah, I would say I really had an MVP-worthy performance. So, congratulations to her. Let's see what she's gonna bring out in their next match. And it's not gonna be an easier opponent. Hopefully, it'll be. But yeah, we are gonna go into a quick break, and we will be back in another, I believe, 15 to 20 minutes for the second match of the day, which is gonna be. Who is it gonna be? Madness, our next match.
Well, you guys have to come back in that much time, and then you can find out. But before we go into that, let's just take a short break before we go into game 2.
All right. Yeah. We'll see.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink for the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one.
Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top.
They letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian.
Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top.
Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, we are back with Legends in South Asia, ready to come up to game 2 that's coming up over in the streets. Me Menace alongside the new face here, Hades, man from Sri Lanka, doing an amazing job yet again over here. So yeah, we'll be moving slowly into that. But game one was pretty much a blow up coming in favor of the side of Tren abusers.
Right, so yeah, we're going to be jumping into the second game. It's going to be Team Orb versus Sinkamal.
Mm-hmm.
So, Madness, talk to me a little bit about these teams. Who do you have being the favorites to take this one?
So Team Orb, a bit more lower ranked players, and they had a bit of a unfortunate matchup, at least in round one. As we talk about that, there's a schedule over here. Already done the best. BO won the first game of today. It was Nexus Troopers versus Tren Abusers. Nexus Troopers unfortunately had 2 disconnects. Tren Abusers therefore stomped them pretty much out over here. They finished the game sub 70 minutes. The matter of hand over here is going to be Team Orb versus Sinkamal. I like Team Orb's logo essentially. And Sinkamal also has a pretty good logo as well. But yes, it's going to be against them. And then after this match, after a short break after this match, we're going to have SUVO haters versus Troll Gods. No one new to the scene. So they're players who know each other. Another close-up over here of the current matchup that's going to be coming very shortly onto your screen. Team Orb, unfortunately, in Qualifier 1, faced against Asterix. Basically the best team, at least in South Asia currently, from our side, and they had a pretty much blowout. So I'm hoping to see a better performance from Team Orb against a different opponent here. That'll be Sinkamal. Sinkamal, maybe a team I recognize, but maybe don't recognize the new name that they have brought up for themselves. So we're going to have to see, at least in draft, how it goes down between these two teams. And we're talking about draft, we're going to head straight into there, Hades.
Picks and bans, and of course you're going to see a Pike band. Their name is Sinkamal, and their logo is literally Pike Stacker. So I'm not surprised to see this ban come through. From they're banning their own champion. Wait, what? Wow. All right. Okay. I see what they're playing mind games right now. So you can see a Yon taken away by Team Orb as well, and we can also see the Ash taken away. So taking away some strong champions that kind of scale really well into the early mid game and have good control of the map with like global ultimates. And let's see how they're going to round this out. But they're going to prioritize taking out the hype carries, taking away the Jinx.
Mm-hmm. Taking away the Jinx, taking away the Ash, taking away the Ilaoi that we just saw on our screen. Didn't have the best of performance. But yeah, the Pike ban a bit unusual. You usually don't see a Pike ban coming out. You do see a Yone, you see a Jinx coming out. Even the Ash, a very good, I would say more of a supportive ADC compared to other hypercarry ADCs, given later on she falls out a bit, but her Enchanted Arrow does a lot. Now the Evelyn ban is also a bit uncommon in their region.
I mean, I guess they don't want to have to deal with the invisible woman just being like, hello, I'm just going to taunt you for a while and then one-shot you. So I guess they don't want to have to deal with that. So good ban there. Maybe it's a targeted ban. Maybe the jungle player for Sinkamal is good on that. You can see they have locked in a Sivir. Sivir is actually a very good scaling ADC with good mobility and, you know, good disengage, good engage with the ultimate. And also can just clear minion waves instantly. This is a very strong pick, and let's see how they draft around that. So
it is a good strong pick, but not usually being a first pick kind of champion right now, especially the current meta where you have maybe a Kalista that comes in, you have a Tristana as well, you have a Kai'Sa, some things like this, and they look like they're going to go for an MF Thresh pickup for the side of Team Orb over here. Would have liked to see maybe a Rel MF over there instead, but yes, this also works out for them.
And also you have bounced out by the Nautilus. Nautilus, this is a very good bot lane that they seem to have locked in. The advantage the Thresh seems to have over a Sivir is, even though she can spell shield with Death Sentence, Thresh can still pull himself to you with the second Q activation and flay you right back. So that is something that needs to be kind of looked out for when you don't have the spell shield on the Sivir. But let's see how they want to. Maybe they should try to look to secure their jungler here. Pick a strong jungler, maybe like a Jarwin, maybe like a Xin Zhao. Instead, they're opting to lock in their mid lane. So the Orianna actually picked for the side of Sinkamal. So very good team fight oriented draft. And I wouldn't be surprised to see an Irelia being picked here. It could be flexed either into top lane, could be flexed into mid lane as well. So let's see how the second round of bans is going to go. They probably want to take away junglers and top laners now.
I think they want to take away the Nocturne from the side of Team Orb because Syncamol already has the Oriana blind pick for themselves. And Nocturne
Or the
Oriana combo is
Jarvan,
not
the
something.
Jarvan Oriana combo.
Yeah, the Jarvan Oriana combo as well is something you have to talk about. And I like the Irelia pick because you can flex it, like you said, here, there, wherever you want. But Team Orb instead opts for the Hecarim ban over here. Maybe some insider info on
Bit of a
what
targeted ban,
Syncamol
maybe
plays.
just scouting there. Yeah, maybe they've scouted them and noticed that this jungler plays Hecarim and it's comfortable in the champion. But Hecarim is actually also one of those champions that can just completely take over a game if it gets ahead. So I would say that's a pretty decent ban. A very good ban, actually. Amumu would be such an annoying pick into this composition, especially like, against immobile ADCs and mid laners like Oriana and Sivir, like, when they don't have summoners up, just one good Amumu ultimate could just cause disaster. And Amumu is a champion that scales super well into the late game, especially with now. I'm not sure if the build path has much changed. You used to see Amumu going for Leandries, but now with the nerf, not sure if they're gonna stick with same build path. Aatrox and Briar.
Yeah, the Briar Pan seems very targeted at Team Orb's jungler, so maybe he's more well versed on that champion. But if it was like that, maybe a first round ban could have been up in the pictures. But yes, Nocturne is open, J4 is open. It's up to see what Syncamol will pick after what Team Orb is going to be looking for. And if they lock in that Akali, that pretty much signifies that the Irelia is going in the top lane.
Yep. Akali has been known to be one of those champions that if you can survive the early laning phase, get to level 6, you can basically take the 1v1s and beat this Oriana. But you can see the Jarvan. I'm surprised they didn't actually take away the Jarvan because to prevent the combo, the Jarvan Oriana combo. But I would say it's a very strong pick right now. Jarvan's also very strong in the meta. Just good overall throughout the map. Good rotations, good map pressure, good at taking control of objectives. And we can see a counter pick actually for the Irelia in the form of the Urgot here. So interesting to see. And Warwick. Are we gonna see Warwick?
You see a lot of players who play Briar. The secondary champion is going to be the Warwick, so maybe that's what Team Orb is. Maybe a limited pool in the side of Team Orb's jungler. Maybe that's what they were targeting. That's why the Amumu ban, the Briar ban. That's why Syncamol went focused there. The Urgot gets picked for the top lane. Syncamol's entire comp is out, and it looks like a pretty decent and pretty CC heavy comp coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to look at the advantage in draft here, I would say that Team Syncamol has drafted a very strong composition. This is a combo that can actually get away with, if they get a good early game, they could actually dictate the pace, be more proactive on the map, make plays, play around their top side, and actually this jungler could even play around the bot side because it's if you're looking at the side of Team Orb, I can see that their engage options is not a lot. They have an Irelia ultimate, they have a Thresh Hook, they have a Warwick ultimate, but limited CC, whereas tons of CC on the side of Syncamol. So going to be very interesting to see how this is going to go. So what are your thoughts on the draft? And
I think Syncamol pretty much has nailed their draft for themselves. This draft just looks very, very strong right now for the side of Syncamol. Not a lot of CC in Team Orb, and that's what you kind of want when you have MF on your side, so you can lock in a good bullet time for yourself. Something like that goes for you, and the amount of engage and disengage that Syncamol has is going to be quite a problem. And Warwick Ultimate, you can just knock him out of that as well. So Photon Monster on this will have a bit of a problem. Maybe he just has to rely on the picks that were just left to him after he was targeted quite a bit by the second phase of banning by Syncamol. So as you talk about, in terms of draft, I'm going to give it towards the side of Syncamol, but that's all on paper, that's all on theory. It's all about what these guys do in the Rift that will nail down how this best of one goes.
Yeah, and I think that if they make their game plan, looking at win conditions, you're looking at a team that has a very controlled team fighty style comp that want to stick together, but make sure their lanes are pushing before they move around to objectives. And if they're always first to an objective, they can keep control and keep a good tempo. It'll be a very interesting game. But on paper, like I said, the Team Orb having the slightly more skilled players. So if you see someone like an Irelia and an Akali get ahead, then it's not going to be easy for Syncamol to actually abuse their game plan and just do what they want to do. So I would say this Jarvan should try to focus around just making sure that the top side does not get dove, does not take too many casualties, doesn't take too many deaths. Just make sure that he rotates in the right times and just tries to keep his team just to survive that early onslaught that would probably come from the side of Team Orb, because you're looking at very aggressive laners, very aggressive junglers. So it all depends on how this early game is going to play out. But I'm pretty excited. I feel like Sinkamal has a chance at maybe taking this game, but like you said, it all depends on how both these teams approach, how they're going to, move around the map, how they're going to prioritize their objectives. So yeah, a lot is going to be dependent on this early game. So I'm really looking forward to see how this is going to be, because these are two early game junglers who are actually ridiculously strong. Warwick, you can see Warwick's from level 3 onwards just perma ganking sometimes.
Yeah, and it's as you said, perma gank, and if he keeps on targeting one lane, can be a lot. Jarvan with that CC with the flag and drag does do a lot for them when they want to go for the early game, engages either top side or bot side. So it's up to how these players want to go for it. As I said, a lot of engage, but you have to prevent the Irelia Akali from getting too far ahead. If they do, it's a bit of a problem. Other than that, I think Sinkamal has knocked down the draft quite well for their side in their favor. They targeted bans pretty well. They narrowed down the jungler pool for the other player, and they played it out how I think they wanted to play it out. Especially since they got blue side, they got their first pick. They went for Severe over here. Maybe I would have preferred a bit of a different ADC given the current meta of things. But other than that, pretty happy with how Sinkamal's gone for it, and just can't wait to head into the rift and see how these guys actually play with their certain comps on this map.
Yeah, and I think the Sivir was more of a comfort pick for them. I guess their AD carry is very confident on this champion. I mean, if you're going to lock in your AD carry first rotation, first pick, prioritizing a Sivir, I mean, I think it's a very stable, even though it might not be meta, it's a very stable pick at any phase of the game. Sivir fits well into so many different compositions that ultimate has just so much value, because like you're looking at a team with limited engage on the side of Team Orb. So, you could always just try to just use that R to maybe disengage, bait out the MF ultimate, and they don't have that anymore. No more tools to start a fight. Akali's Shroud is down. Then you're looking at a team that has like a Jarvan Cataclysm and Orianna Shockwave. They have like so many tools to just turn a fight around. So let's see how they played out. Like if there's going to be some mind games, if there's going to be some baiting, some jukes, some slick moves on the map. You'll never know. I've sometimes seen even like low ELO players sometimes do some crazy plays, man. Like it's going to be fun. Hopefully we'll see another Fiesta level 1.
Oh my god, the level Fiesta level 1, the previous game, yes, that was something to watch.
That was good.
So we saw a lot of people in the game go like eco next round kind of stuff in the chat over there. Like that's the kind of
like GG go next
GG go next kind of vibes. And then unfortunately the Ezreal went GG go next when his light cut out. So just unfortunate for themselves over there. But hopefully maybe we do see actually level 1 shenanigans, because they make the match more interesting, at least from the perspective of an audience and us casters and the way we want to cast this match over here. And it does play out all of the tempo of the game going forward after that.
Yeah, and also you're looking at a Nautilus versus a Thresh. These are two champions who can start a fight. They can start an invade. So I have a feeling they're going to meet in the bot lane or in the mid river. They're going to probably meet, and there's going to be some chaos. I can't wait for it. Like, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, absolutely. While you guys are waiting, please, guys, follow us on our social medias. The link is in the description box below. Follow our Discord, the LOL India NSA Discord. We do a lot of fun events. A lot of things come from time to time. You can meet teammates, you can meet new players, you can meet people around yourself who play the same game that you love. And behold, we have a lot of people usually sitting in Journal 1, Journal 2, that if you want to even learn the game, if you're a relatively new player, they'll be more than happy to help you learn the new game as well. That moving forward, guys, this remind you guys is Qualifier 2. People who get knocked out of here will have a last chance to make it through in Qualifier 3. The top 3 teams of Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2 will not be allowed to participate in Qualifier 3. So you have even more shots going forward in the next Qualifier as well. So these are all factors that have to be kept in mind. But there's enough chitter chatter. We're going to head straight into the rift. This is game 2 of the day for our stream. It's going to be Sinkamal versus Team Orb. And it does look like the team is spreading out. So maybe not the kind of level 1 shenanigans that we hoped for.
Yeah, but you can see these lanes are going to be pretty balanced. It all depends on who's going to have the advantage in the clear, in the jungle clear. Let's see if we can see any deep wards coming from either team if they want to get some. But good defensive vision line already placed on the top side of the map for Team Orb. just to scout out if any of these, if there's going to be any late invade shenanigans. But it doesn't look like it. It's just going to be a standard lane. And you can see that the Irelia has actually opted into going mid. You have the Akali going into the top lane.
Yeah, they're opting to go for they're swapping for themselves, giving how they wanted to play their lane. Irelia into the Orianna can do a lot if she stacks up her Qs in the wave. But yes, in terms of vision, the only vision being put out is by Team Orb. They put down 3 wards, pretty much parallel in the river. One the top side bush, one near mid wall over there in the river, and then one pretty much near the dragon pit. So they have a lot of vision, not much deepness, and it looks like Sinkimal put defensive warding for themselves at the blue buff. While the Jarvan is going to be starting bot to top. In the bot side, you can see both these laners are over here.
And the hook
from the Thresh will land onto the Nautilus. Nautilus is going to get chunked down quite a bit. Already chunked down below 50% of his HP mark. A nice start for the bottom lane of Team Orb.
You can also see that he's obviously going to be level 2. Is going to be hit first by the side of Team Orb in the bot lane, whereas Rihanna seems to be slow pushing into it.
Yeah, she is slow pushing, but this side of Sinkimal have to respect this treasure that can land. It can be proved detrimental for the Nautilus. He gets hooked once again. Level 2 hit by team. Flash forward by the
flash.
the Nautilus hook does land onto Dark Sentinel over here, but Nautilus is the one who has to run away. But it's going to be, I think, Sinkimal coming out a bit more on top, given that both the HP bars of the ADC and the support of Team Orb were chunked down quite a bit.
I mean, you do have Flash and Ignite up on the Nautilus, so so they do have a summoner advantage at this point. Oh, I really did not want to take that turret hit.
Did not.
And
it's going to take another one for trouble. She has to hit the stun. She's going to come in instead. He might have wanted to flash away, but he's going to die to the minions essentially over here. Use the barrier. Maybe not what you wanted to do as it really just back off at the situation. If that stun had landed, you could have just called out, but instead he chose to go in forward, use his barrier as well. And we could see a bit of a misplay coming in from the side of the Irelia, just not going the way that he wanted to. And it's going to be Orianna picking up the first kill and the first blood of the game for the side of Team Sinkimal.
I think that was a little int by the Irelia there.
Yeah,
like he took 2 turret shots, like, and he still wants to go for the 1v1. Like, that's disrespectful. Like, and you're going up against an Orianna who's just gonna, like, the clockwork wind up her passive. It's just gonna give her bonus damage with every auto attack. Like, it's not something you wanna keep spacing. You wanna farm as Irelia. Just get to the point where you can clear waves more easily. Wait for Orianna to use her abilities, and then try to look for the all-ins. But also, like, I have to say the choice of summoner for the Irelia was a little bit weird. The barrier. Instead of the ignite or a teleport, actually. But I mean, it is what it is, like, I guess.
Yeah, as you said, it is what it is. She's gonna have to live with what she's done. And yes, eating 2 turret shots there, just not how you wanted to play out that lane. The barrier did provide her some refute, but it was just not enough. Over here on the bot side, here comes the early ganks that we are talking about. The Warwick heading straight towards the Severe. Severe flashes up, but Warwick gets stunned by the Nautilus. The Nautilus gets up over here by the Thresh. Unfortunately, it is going to be the Thresh that claims that kill. It's not the guy you wanted to get the kill over there.
Yeah, and looking at, like, we're just approaching minutes very soon, and you can see that both teams are sitting on an almost even gold, like just maybe like a 100 gold advantage to Team Orb, which is basically non-existent at this point. But a very good gank there. Kill picked up. I would have ideally liked that to have gone on the MF, but I mean, hey, you don't get everything you want in life.
Absolutely. And the mid lane, the Aurelia's picked up quite a CS lead on the Arena. Is going to get a bit deep, put maybe a ward down over there, or just use the Skyring Orb as well. Get some vision for her team, for her jungler later on. The Warwick's going to head back for maybe a repeat gang on the bot side. There's Leaders are not close by for that. The Urgot has picked up the Akali over here in the top side. Yusagi has to run away. He's also falling quite a bit behind in CS. So it just looks like the swap did work, but only in favor of the Irelia, and she also gave up that lead in the kill that went over towards the Orianna.
Yeah, and I guess maybe spectators could fix the layout for us to move Irelia to the middle and Akali to the top. got a little confused. I was wondering, why is Akali only on 21? Sorry, I really on 21 CS, but just a little bit of it.
And now you can see the Drakes being started up by Team Orb over here. They do have Prio essentially on the bot side, but look who's here. J4 is coming in for the action. They get some vision over here with that Orb being used, and look. We do get say the hook does land onto the Oriana, gets pulled back in. The flag and drag from the Jarvan. Nautilus flash forward does hit onto the Warwick. Warwick still gets claimed over there. Now the MF is in no man's land. He's being put on pressure. Who's going to end up picking up the kill? The barrier gets used. The Lantern coming in from the Thresh saves his life. But it looks like the Relic is going to be sacrificed instead, and it's going to be Singam all picking up the feats of warfare, picking up the first Drake for themselves, and it did not go the way Team Orb planned at all.
That was not what they wanted to do. I mean, they disrespected the fact that Jarvan and Oriana could collapse on them at any time. And also, you could see the MF, the way she was moving, she was just greeting after the kill, not watching her positioning, just got taken down very easily. And now this is a team that, even though Team Orb might have been the favorites to win this year, looking at a gold lead of almost 1,000 to the side of Sinkamal. And I think they're pretty comfortable right now. You know, their top side has 1 kill apiece, and their Nautilus has also unfortunately picked up a kill, but that's okay. That would make this lane a lot safer. And now you can see this pressure on the Sivir is going to start clearing waves almost instantly.
Oh yeah, she's gonna have rapid clear over there. Picked up a cull for herself already, down to 61 stacks, and that's what get it faster goal for herself. The Team Orb only kill coming into the hands of the Thresh of that gank that Warwick did in the bot side, so not the one you wanted over there. Top side, Akali still struggling a bit in terms of CS compared to the Urgot. 47 CS for the Urgot to the 30 of the Akali. The mid lane, Irelia, even after that abysmal fight that she took against Oriana underneath the turret, is 2 deaths to her name, but is still up in CS, and she just wants to keep on farming and get her Blade of the Rune King as fast as possible.
Oh, Oriana, careful.
Over here, here's the Sun's going to not connect on the Oriana. The entire kill potential has gone from that scenario. If that landed, something could be have done. Oriana still had her ultimate maybe to dissuade, but unfortunately, Oriana didn't even do any fancy feat. That stun should have essentially been connected from the Irelia over there.
I guess he was expecting the Oriana to juke upwards, but she didn't. She just kept walking in a straight line. Could have been taking turret there. Urgot needs to be a little careful here. Yeah, this is gonna probably be a dead Urgot.
Yeah, here comes the Warwick, and the flash instantly by the Urgot deters Warwick from even persuading it. So Urgot having to be burning his flash for that gank coming up over this. That's the flash of Urgot that can get a repeat gank if the Warwick comes back yet again, because Urgot is still walking up quite a bit dangerously, and Urgot has to respect the spacing. There is a ward in that bush over there. The Warwick is walking over it, so that will prevent Urgot
from walking coming forward. On.
But there is help coming. If
down
Warwick had...
the hero, on the way.
Yeah, but Warwick could have just gone back up right now. Urgot had not backed the way that they wanted to. Now Warwick might be getting sandwiched here by the likes of the Jarvan and the Oriana, and he's in a bit of no man's. He sees both of them over here. It's a 3-man onto him. Not much. The Oriana ulti comes out. It's gonna be the Jarvan picking up the kill onto the Warwick, and that should be 3 grubs going over to the side of Sinkamal.
Yep. And also now the wave is pushing into the Oriana as well. She's gonna pick up some nice farm over there on the tower. Look to push out this wave as well. Like, try to hard push this. Look for a reset. They're actually like taking over this early game now. You're looking at a goal lead of like about 1,500, close to that. Quite slow on the top side of the map. Doesn't seem to be much, you know, like Akali. I mean, if I'm Akali, I'd be looking to try to go in for the 1v1 here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is an opportunity that Akali can take for herself. Urgot's low mana as well. Now the way it's pushed out, she has to pick it up. She's anyway behind in CS. On the bot side, MF going for the BT build of herself, Bloodthirster first. As we're talking about the grubs who are going to get picked up, they do get picked up by Sinkamal. They have 2 out of the 3 jungle objectives that you need for feats as well as the feats of warfare. So next jungle objective that gets picked up by that team, they will take the entire feats of strength for themselves. Meantime, some vision getting cleared by the Nautilus in the bot side. The MF about 10 CS behind on the Sivir, but picks up that crucial BF sword on her way back, so she gets some more kill potential in lane. Sivir has a BF, has a slingshot, has a longsword, so almost got the Yuntals completed. Now another 750 gold she needs in her pocket. That gets helped by taking 1 plate there on the bot side.
And also, like you can see, like there's a big lead, CS lead here, and basically across all the lanes except for the Irelia, who is the only one who has like a positive lead in terms of resources. But otherwise, I think if I'm a Sinkamal, I would probably try to like slow it down. We're in the lead right now. Let's not make any mistakes. Let's not throw away that we have. Play methodically, play by the book, because you're looking at a textbook draft. This is like a proper textbook draft, and they can easily win this game if they don't make any mistakes or try to force too much.
Yeah, and they just have to look for punishes that the Warwick will go for, like when he went for that invade into the side of the blue buff or off the side of Sinkamal, and just punish that. That's all you have to do here. Just as you said, play it slowly, methodically. You're just going to keep on getting your farm up. You're going to do pretty wonders over there. As long as Oriana doesn't get caught out by the Irelia, who's quite far ahead in terms of CS at least, you're going to do your 5-0. But the bottom line, the hook does land onto the thresh. The lantern is there. Will Warwick get it in time? Bullet time comes out. Nice hook lands onto the severe, pulls him back into the bullet time. It's a flash by the Nautilus, but I think that's pointless at that point. Once you see that Warwick on your screen, you're anyway going to end up dead, and that's exactly what goes out. And as we were talking about, SEA has to play it a bit slowly. They make that mistake. At the top side, Akali going for 1v1 onto the Urgot over here. Urgot's in quite a bit of trouble. The R2 comes out from the Akali, and it's another kill going over from Team Orb. So in a very quick succession, picking up 3 kills as well as the Drake, unless Jarvan tries to go for a steal.
Yeah, Jarvan probably wouldn't want to throw away, give them another free kill on top of this, just let it go. Now, okay, so I want to point out a few things that went wrong there. Now, in the top side, Urgot had no business poking up. He got the turret blade. He could have just taken his reset there. Instead, he chose to be greedy and try to poke the Akali, not respecting that all-in potential. So, little bit mistakes there. Also, very good engage on the side of Team Orb on the bot side to get that MF accelerate a little bit, make this matchup a little bit more even, but now she is in the lead. She's essentially going to complete her Bloodthirster on the recall now as well. So yeah, I mean, I think now we are back to this game being dead even across the board.
Yeah, it does seem like that. Even the gold has been pretty much neutralized. Only maybe 500 gold in the favor of Sinkamal. One Drake also gets picked up by Orb, the Infernal Drake for themselves. And now they can play a bit safely for them. And this is the Urgot's problem, right? Even before we even thought the Akali can even look for a 1v1 before. And now Urgot just got too greedy. Akali just went for it. And then bullet time completely connecting. Yeah.
Now, Urgot, like, now if the Urgot just, plays smart, just pushes out the lanes, doesn't try to, take too much damage and get traded on by the Akali, can just continue applying this pressure. We might see, since there's no topside wards, we might see Warwick try to look for a gank now.
But more importantly, neither jungler has picked up a sweeper, so they'll never know if they're on vision or not. Akali's going in on Urgot, trying to get some chunk damage, but look at this. Jarvan's coming back for a bit of payback for when Warwick walked into his jungle, and they're like ships in the night just passing by over there, and Warwick will be going to look on the Urgot. J4's gone away from his target there. In the meantime, in the mid lane, he's trying to go for him. That's where Jarvan will the flag and drag come out. They're just waiting for it over here. The flag and drag does not land because the stun came just in time, but the Oriana out plus the J4. But in the bot side over here goes down the Nautilus, and to that the Q of the MF does land on Severe, giving another huge chunk damage for them. Oriana ends up falling down in the mid lane as well, so it's a 1-for-1 trade essentially over there.
What killed the Oriana? I didn't see what killed her. Like
I think it was the Warwick coming out over there.
It looked like she burnt to death. Like, she took some extra damage. Maybe it was just a minion hit. But either way, it was a good trade. Like, I really was able to get the return kill. So, and she's also completed her mercs, which will help her a little bit in the lane. But Ludens has been completed also by the Oriana, and she seems to be in a very she's behind. She's down 30 CS, 35 CS. But in terms of kills, she might be like almost even in terms of gold. Akali does seem to be struggling, even though she does have the kill in terms of the CS here. And the bot lane, this MF couldn't have asked for a better start. She's on 2-0 right now. Probably going to go back after the cannon wave. Maybe try to look to reset and use this gold.
True, but in the CS, difference in the mid lane is quite huge right now. 40 CS pretty much in favor of the Irelia. As you said, Bork completely played with Rune King plus the Merc Treads gives her the added tenacity that she will require when she wants to go for fights. Warwick looking a bit homeless right now, doesn't know exactly where to go, has picked up his blue buff, maybe looking for a dive over here, but unfortunately the Grabbies get picked up over here. But the turret is essentially going, if the turret gets picked up over here, that's going to be the feats of warfare get picked up by the side of Sinkamol. So now they have the feats of strength for themselves completely. They have the upgraded tier 2 boots for themselves, but only the one who will enjoy it currently right now is going to be that Orianna.
Yeah, and just talk to me because I'm sure there's still like new players here who are not available, like what feats of strength does and how you acquire it. So maybe you could just educate them a little bit about that, tell them a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we talk about the feats of strength, right? You have to get 2 out of the 3 objectives. In this terms, what we mean is one of the objectives being the first turret, first 3 kills, and like the first 3, whichever team gets 3 kills first, basically, and 3 out of 3 epic monsters. So if you get 2 out of 3 of these objectives, essentially over there, but hold up, let's hold that thought. Here comes the Jarvan. He's looking for a flag and drag. The Akali doesn't play, but he does get caught. Here comes the Akali. She's being caught out. She's in her shroud. Has to R2, but she's running right into the Orca, who pops her ultimate straight in her face. Claims that kill. It looked like a good escape for the Akali until it was not. Yes, but getting back to what we were talking about, getting those feats of strength give your tier 2 boots added additional stats to your name and allows you to make it a tier 3 boots also once you have 2 legendary items for the price of 750 gold. But in the meantime, J4, Flag and Drag landed on the Irelia, maybe didn't have to pop her flash until the ultimate from J4 was used. So maybe a bit of misplay coming out from the mid laner of Team Orb.
She didn't want to, she was not sure where the Nautilus was, so the Nautilus could flash hook her, so she wanted to flash early, not take too much damage. But it is respectable, you know, like that was a Sivir running at her with the ultimate as well, so that was a good flash. I mean, I would probably have used it too if I was in her position.
But on the bot side, it looks like trouble for the side of Team Orb. Darkson has to run away. The Flying Drag does connect onto him. He's out. Nautilus does channel ultimate onto MF, forcing the flash out of her at the end of the day. So that's a 1-for-0 in the bot side. Plus, MF's flash is going out. So now it's like SEA wants to take back the reins of this map. They're going to be picking up their second Drake of the map. And remind you guys, this is a Mountain Soul game. So they're going to have so much resistance if they get the soul at the end.
Yeah, and look at the team with shields, like, you know, Orianna shields, Jarvan shields. They're gonna love this Mountain Dragon buff. So, but you can see the answer from the side of Team Orb is they're gonna get the Herald. They seem to be grouped around the Herald. Oh, but they haven't started it yet. They're just giving some respect.
Would have seen like an appropriate answer out of them that to take the Herald, but yeah, as you said, out of respect, maybe the Argon's close by, the Nautilus is close by. They maybe just don't want to give any more kills over here. Maybe to get at a different time they want to pick up that Herald. But that could have been a good trade for them coming in. In the meantime, Argon's going on the top side, is going into this Akali. In the meantime, the CS lane in the mid lane has gone around 50 now in the favor of the Irelia. So Irelia has just been farming up after a bit of early game shenanigans that did not go in her favor. And now it looks like Argon's in trouble right here. They are walking up. Here comes the Thresh. Here comes the Warwick. Argon is pretty much dead. The flash hook not connecting. Argon walks away from it. Flash dodges. Argon's out with basically daylight robbery at that point.
Yo, patience, dude. Like, you know, he played that patiently. He didn't panic. He didn't panic flash. He just used it at the right time. And also, I think that, you know, Thresh and Warwick got a bit too excited. They could have just walked at him instead of flashing on him.
Absolutely.
Make it hard for him to juke it out. But it's okay. I mean, Urgot lives to tell another tale. That's okay. But looking now at this is a massive CS lead in the mid lane. This Irelia is at 193 CS. She hasn't even taken her base yet. Now, she's been on the map for about 5 minutes, hasn't taken a base. Probably has a lot of gold to spend. Might see her going towards something like the Spear of Sojin is also one thing that I really like to rush second mostly. I've seen it sometimes.
Yeah, it's up to what she wants to go for herself over here. Maybe gets a TML as well. Maybe get the wave clear even faster. But yeah, she's doing quite a good job. MF already has boots of swiftness for herself. Has that Bloodthirster for quite a while, looking to maybe make the Essence Reaver over here, gets the unlimited mana to her name. Sivir is building the Utah's will be IE. Mm-hmm.
And
she's
Utah
quite
and,
ahead into
and
the
IE is ahead.
Mhm.
She's on a 2-item power spike right now. Hasn't completed her boot item yet, but who needs boots? I have damage. I just need boots. And
Oh,
round
but they're
two,
coming for a
let's
repeat
go.
gank over here, but how much can you do? The Urgot spaces it quite well. You don't have the Warwick ultimate, you can't lock him down. Even then, I don't think you have that appropriate amount of damage to burst him out quickly enough in that Warwick ultimate as well. So yeah, nothing does come out of
Yeah.
that. Urgot is flashless also for the next team fight though.
Yeah, and also you can see Nautilus is looking for an angle here.
Nautilus is looking for an angle over there.
Warwick.
Does catch the MF. The ultimate does
Yeah.
save. MF getting charged quite a bit. Bullet time comes out. And now the flare does prevent the bullet time from continuing. Dark Saturn does fall down. Severe does fall down. Now it looks like the Nautilus wants to get the solo kill essentially here onto Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball's running for the hills. What was that flash from the Nautilus?
I don't know, but it worked. But the answer is going to be Otacon is being picked up actually here in the bot side. But Irelia doesn't want to do anything about it. She has no idea this is happening. There were no pings. So very sneaky by Sinkamal to take this Otacon as well as, get that kill in the mid lane. And they're off and they have secured the Otacon and get in that wonderful, glorious buff. So what exactly does the buff do to our new League of Legends players who don't know? But hold that thought because Warwick is going on this Urgot, but Urgot is just going to
He
back
does
away
get into
now.
Urgot, but he did ultimate too early before the minion wave was still up, so it doesn't even target Urgot at that point. If he had waited maybe a second or two, he might have even got the Urgot there underneath the turret and maybe even finished the kills the way he wanted to. But yeah, talking about the Otacon buff, now it's not two types of Otacon, there's only one type of Otacon. Once you kill him, you get all the flower petals in the world. But hold that thought, yet again, the flail does land. It does get out the spell shield, the hook coming out as respected by the Severe flashing away from it. So now Severe is flashless for the next team fight. That's probably going to be the Drake fight that's going to be coming up pretty soon as well.
But I mean, I'm looking across the board. We have completed items on both teams. The secondary items still coming in for the side of Orb, so they're behind on tempo now, and they're looking to try to set up around this Drake. But I don't think they should try to contest against a team that has a significant lead. And I don't know. Okay, Ryuzaki, I guess, kind of panicked there for a moment. Masa thought he's getting ganked and just flashed out. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe he accidentally was typing something and hit the flash button. You never know. But Orianna is being collapsed on, and she is running away.
She's
Orianna,
running away.
run.
She gets to a pretty good safety, and this is them just taking spacing just before the Drake fight is going to be breaking out over there. Warwick's on the other side over here
they're
with
gonna
the
look for
threat,
a
but they're going to
fight
get 3v2'd. But the bullet time could be coming in
They're
very closely
gonna
over
die.
here. You can look at Dragon Ball. He's walking up, maybe to try his bullet time,
all
but
gonna
it's
die.
not
They're
good.
all gonna die.
Orianna is so close by. You don't bullet time in the face of Orianna when he has the ultimate. And yes, all three members have died. It's only the Irelia who gets out just by flashing over the
And they
wall.
get the
Even
third
the
kill
Kali
up
in the
at the
top
same
side is pretty weak.
And
Yeah,
the
they get
Drake.
the tier 2 the top side. They're going to get the Drake. It's going all the side of Sinkamal. Sinkamal is so up in gold as well, around 6k gold lead. You're going to pick up their third Drake. They're going to be on soul point for the Mountain Drake, and just a bit of an over aggression by the side of the Warwick and the Thresh.
Yep, they were not prepared to take that fight, and they suffered the consequences. You can see that their team is not grouped up. Irelia is still pushing out the bot wave when they chose to go for this fight, whereas the side of Sinkamal, they were just ready for this fight from the moment it started. And a very good job there. Like you said, the bullet time was very questionable. You don't just are right in the face of an Orianna who's just going to shockwave you. So some mistakes being made there and severely punished by the side of Sinkamal. And it doesn't really look like, this is going at all the way they planned it to go. So huge lead, 42,800 to 36,800. That's essentially, yes, it's a huge lead. And now they have their eyes set on Shelly. Or I'm not sure you want to be starting this objective right now.
Yeah, you don't want to. Irelia doesn't have a TP, mind you, and Orianna does, so she can mess the way. But over here, Severe's been caught out. Flash forward by the Thresh. The flail does miss. Does the hook land? It does not. Severe pops her ultimate, gets enough spacing for herself, gets out of that fight. Even if Orb even still goes for the Herald, it's not optional because you have a mid laner, Aurelia, who does not have a TP, who's on the bottom side of the map, while Aurelia has the TP to match for a fight when if it breaks out. Well, that was almost a very good catch onto the Severe. Severe has to be more mindful in these team fights about getting early picked out.
Also, we can see the Aurelia seems to be chowing right now. 10 CS per minute. So it seems to be pretty comfortable. Okay to sit in the side lane with the hull breaker. It's going to be very difficult to contest her at this point in the side lane. I think even the Urgot would probably need the third item completed, the Serax completed, to be able to actually fight this Aurelia at this point. So it's going to be interesting to see how the side lane shenanigans works out in this, but I would still give the advantage to blue side with their draft. I mean, it's such a solid draft, man. Like, and Shadow Flame also completed there for the Orianna.
Yeah, you saw that draft come to fruition in that last fight that you saw near Drake, right? It's just not how Orb wants to go for it. The bullet time doesn't have enough spacing. You don't have enough CC to land it. Even though there's a narrow cone, the Orianna comes with a shockwave, stops the bullet time, gets 2 kills for herself over there. So it's just a bit of a draft diff at this point, especially in the favor of Sinkamol, the way they're going. Or Irelia is always going to be in the silence. She's pretty much never going to be in these team fights. Even though she's not getting matched the way that they want, if they prevent the tier 2s from going down, that's all they have to do. Whoever's matching the Irelia to prevent the tier 2 just TPs in when if a fight breaks out. That's all they have to do. That's basically their game plan right here.
Yeah, and also they are going to try. They need to break the middle, the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Try to, because I mean, it's just like it's almost dead at this point. I wouldn't try to invest into defending it too much, but still maintaining priority in the mid lane is going to be very important, because even though there's no objectives on the map, we do see that both teams are sitting in a very comfortable position. Neither team wants to overextend, make that first mistake, and you can see that there's very disciplined gameplay coming from the side of Sinkamol. They're not taking unnecessary risks. They know that they are ahead. They don't want to throw their lead. They're continuing to apply pressure on the bot side of the map with this Urgot. And yeah, I mean, if I were them, I'd just look to try to just brute force your way down mid lane, take that turret that's been up for like a long time. But yeah, just using to just farm, clear waves.
They're trying to do just that, trying to take them. Both mid-tier ones are still up, and it's about who tries to get that earlier on for later pushing in. Baron is up, been up for quite a bit of time, almost 3 minutes on the clock for how long the Baron's been up. Remember, Atakan was picked up by Sinkamol. The only jungle objective that Orb got was that one Drake, but on the top side, the Warwick's looking for the Arena, but thinks better of it, unless he's going to go around from that side. If he goes from that side, he's going to get spotted on vision. Has to be careful about his timing. He wants to go for it. MF and the Thresh are just defending the mid side. Drake's going to be coming up as well. This is going to be soul for SEA if they manage to get this for themselves. So they're going to be looking to, lock this in. But the top side, Warwick is walking up. He is walking over here. The ultimate has to land from the Warwick. He's going close by. The Fear is not even going to land. The ultimate does fortunately land. The Thresh is not close by to get.
Oh, what a beautiful shockwave!
Nice ultimate, nice shockwave. Flashed away from the Order. He's outplayed them completely. A double kill picked up by him. In the meantime, in the mid lane, the bullet time from the MF. Just not what you want when you're standing against the Nautilus as well as the Sphere. But that outplay in the top lane from the Orianna, just a chef's kiss there for the way SEA has played this.
Yeah, so Ender Vanquish, my man, that was a very good fancy feed there. Didn't panic, waited for the right time. Used her shockwave and flash right after that to get away from the aggro. And, that was just, we're going to go into an instant replay here. So you can see the Warwick is trying to come, get the Fear off, but some fancy feet there. Was able to land the ultimate, but I'm not sure why Akali would press R if she knows she's going to get into turret range. And then, just fancy feet from that point onwards. Orianna completely outplaying it. And also, I'm not sure why MF would even try to press R over there. There's a Nautilus literally in your face. It's not going to work. But yeah, I mean, more kills picked up, and we're looking at an almost 10,000 goal lead at this point.
Yeah, and this is the gap just getting wider. They even pick up their Soul Drake. Now they have Mountain Soul in their favor. seems a bit dire for the side of Team Orb right now, especially after what Oriana just did to their mental in the top side dive that was pretty much initiated over there. Max range, basically shockwave from both sides of that ball, right? Catches the Akali this side, catches the Warwick that side, pulls them all into the middle. Warwick was already taking turret aggro. He ends up dying. Akali's aggro switches over to the Akali. Akali ends up dying as well, and then Thresh can pretty much do nothing else in that scenario. So well played by the mid laner of Sinkamal. Oriana has been playing it very, very well for himself. And yeah, just not looking good for Orb. MF got caught out over there in the mid lane, not having the greatest of bullet time. So it's just a bit of a panicking situation for Orb. Even that panic flash from the Akali earlier on the top side.
That was more of a panic time.
That was definitely.
And I mean, like you could tell that Sinkamal, like they had a game plan with this draft already. They're executing it to perfection, and like you said, like that might have just been the nail in the coffin for the rest of this game. It's a Mountain Soul. You're looking at a Jarvan, you're looking at an Oriana that have shields on top of shields, on top of extra resistances, and even though like Team Orb could angle and get off like a good bullet time, they're just severely lacking in the item department. You can see like Strikes has been completed by the Urgot, a Frozen Heart has been completed on top of the by the Jarvan, as well as that plated steel caps as well, just to prevent that extra damage from the Irelia and the Warwick and even the MF. So, and you can see that it's almost 4 items now for this Tibur, who's
the Urgot might be in trouble over here. He's getting jumped on over here. He's not taking that much damage. The shield coming in. J4 is here for help. The Flag Attack hits all 3 members of Team Orb. Here comes the Nautilus as well. And now it's Warwick. It's an Uno reverse card being played by the team of Sinkamal over there. An excellent Flag and Drag coming out from J4. Flag and Drag's forward to get some more distance. Darkseid is left to the Wolves. That's going to be allowed for the Severe to pick it up over there.
Right, and that should be a Baron down. Oh, it's gonna be like a dead Oriana. I mean, sorry, a dead Akali.
The Shockwave lands, yeah, that's pretty much sealed the deal over there. The flash, not necessary at that point from the Akali. There's not much you can do. But Irelia wants to come here. Maybe get some replays. But we're going to take a bit of the instant replay. Look at this fight over here. We saw that the Urgot gets caught out. Here comes the Jarvan. Take it away, Hades.
Yeah, and that's just basically like Avengers Assemble. Just basically just calling in the backup, and the backup just comes and just dunks all over them. Like Jarvan's just unstoppable at this point. He's just gonna like one-shot the squishy MF with just a flag, drag a few autos, and then the rest was just clean up crew. We have Super coming in. Okay, I'll play Janitor. I'll just clean this up. There's a Thresh here. Let me just mop that off the ground for a moment. Mop it off the rift. It's just gonna respawn. But oh, we might say Urgot in. Let's see. Urgot
this time there is no backup coming up though. Urgot is slipped away. Warwick gets caught out. The ultimate for the Urgot should be coming out as well. He flashes forward. Maybe not recommended because you don't have enough damage at that point. But for the sins of the Urgot, your entire team gets the Baron buff instead. There are so many members of Team Orb committed to that fight in the bot side. 3 members over there, and still a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, see, if I was team Sinkamal, I would have probably just waited for my Oriana to respawn before killing the. They only had to wait like 5 seconds, to be fair. If they waited 5 seconds, Oriana would have got a buff too. But I mean, they were just like, whatever, just take it. We're already winning this game. We're sitting on a gold lead of 11,000 right now. This is a pretty monumental gold lead. I guess they could feed underdeveloped nations with this amount of a lead that they have.
Absolutely, with the amount of lead they have, look at the goal, 11k in favor of Sinkamal right now, pretty much running away with it. Have the Baron buff, have the Mountain Drake as well, can push out these lanes. They just do a basic 4-1 formation. They pretty much can narrowly and pretty much go for the kill over here. There's just one more team fight and it'll be pretty much sealing the deal for Team Orb. Irelia is yet again gone to the side. Remind you, she doesn't have a TP to go in for these fights yet. Urgot does, so he's going to go match over there, going to pick up this wave. That's about who gets hooked over here from Team Orb. Just these Baron empowered minions will take down the tier 2 mid turret from Team Orb, as Sinkamal has so much space to play with over here.
Not only do they have the space to play with, like you can look at their Team Orbis. They're doing everything they can to just try to clear these waves. Like Thresh just gets chunked down, has to go back, and it's not looking good. Madness. It looks like this might be over in the next 5 minutes or so. But let's see if they want to try to catch out this Warwick here. Warwick's like, nope, I don't want any part of that. I'm just gonna flash away. This jungle belongs to you. I surrender my jungle to you. I forfeit my jungle. You can take all that you want. Just don't kill me. But now he's going back in there. He's just like, okay, maybe I can smite something away. Or, and I'm not sure you just blew your flash, buddy. You probably don't want to be stepping up into your jungle at this point now.
You don't, definitely. Elder Drake is also going to be coming up on the cards very soon. They've completely vision acquired by the time of SEA. How are you going to walk in over here? Kali's still on the top side, does have TP if she wants, but they're trying to do some bush gaming over here. They're just going to wait here because Orb has to walk up.
This is their only chance. Right now, this is their only chance,
but it still seems, look how spread they are. Look where the MF is. How do you walk up? Elder Drake's already begun. They can already start it. You have no vision from the side of Team Orb. You don't have the far side of alteration available for the MF. You can't get any vision over here. They're trying to walk up Team Orb here. We're clearing out some vision over here, but look at the meat shields that are standing in the way.
Oriana.
You cannot do anything. This Elder Drake's pretty much going to get caught out. Now Dark Xenon is so far from his team. Now he has to walk away. The ultimate coming in from the north is going to land onto the Warwick. Instead, they're going to focus here on to the Irelia. Irelia gets Cataclysm over there. The bullet time does come out, but just puny amounts of damage essentially coming in for the MF. You can't do anything at that point. Now you can pretty much go in for the kill. Push this wave from the bot side. One guy should just pick up this wave bot here. Rest 4 should be in the mid side. Leave the Kali. She's just going to pick up her tier 1 at the top. You have the Elder Drake. You can go in for the kill, and you can pretty much narrow it down the way you want it.
There's nothing that Team Orb can do. They're just gonna get dove.
They are gonna get dove. The Warwick gonna get executed from the Elder Drake over there. And now this is pretty much all she. The Akali should start backing over here. I don't know how much you want to push over there once your base is in shambles. MF, you need to get a reset because once you get caught, you're gonna get executed. One more auto, she's dead, and that's exactly what happens. Dark Xenon's running away. He gets stunned in his fountain, essentially over there. And that is all she wrote for this game. And this is going to be the end. That's going to be GG for this game. It's going to be Team SEA, Syncamol taking it over Team Orb within 36 minutes, 25 kills to 9.
9 turrets to 3, 4 dragons to 1, and a goal lead of about 15,000. So yeah, that was... looking over the instant replay, we have some highlight moments here. You can see the outplay. The Ergot, be like, yay, like, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Or one of those call an ambulance, but not for me moments.
For me.
And you can see, like, valiant effort. But at the end of the day, you have to give Team Orb credit for taking a fight against a much more skilled team. And even at least being able to hold on for 35 minutes is, a big prop to them. And they will have one more chance in the third qualifier. But overall, a very dominant performance by Team C. The name of their team was Syncamol, but yet they choose to ban away the Pike. Yeah, I guess that was just saying we don't need a Pike to win a game. We may be teamed off of, Pike, but we don't need Pike to win games. We just need a proper standard textbook draft with strong winning lanes, strong top side, good wave clear, good game plan, good execution. And you can see that they have taken the win quite comfortably. And congratulations to Team Syncamol. Who do you think is going to take the player of the game?
We will see that very shortly, but yeah, talking about this here, as you said, executed the draft perfectly for themselves, did a fantastic job of it. A lot of CC coming out, J4 with excellent ganks, that 3-man flag and drive at the bottom, excellent from him. The Orion on the top side, the outplay, just working wonders. Pretty much well played entirely from their side. There was a moment where it looked like Team Orb could start to mount a comeback in the early to mid game side when they got 3 kills back to back, and that's where I thought maybe they can start catching up. But the Akali started punishing the Urgot top side, but after that it just kept on becoming a gap. Once after that, the gap started coming in from the side of team SE8, which is Syncamol. The gap just kept on widening. The goal margins kept on widening. They took everything. They took all jungle objectives. Only one Drake was giving over to Team Orb. So complete good macro domination. And once your relay doesn't have the TP, you can't even side lane that well, especially once your team is losing in these team fights, and you can't even get to them if you're trying to do the side lane.
Yeah, like, why would you take a barrier on an Irelia? Kind of weird. I mean, I'm not sure what the thought process behind that was. Maybe they're just comfortable using a barrier, but like extra safety, you know. But extra safety is not going to be what's going to win you games against some of these very tough teams. And I feel like this is, if anything, is going to be an experience lesson. Hopefully, they have a support system where they could just go over their games, talk about what went wrong, talk about the draft. Because like you said, you know, the choosing to pick a Thresh, it's okay. It's a good pick against Sivir because even though Sivir will be able to block the initial CC coming from the Thresh from the Death Sentence, you will not be able to spell Shield of Flay and also run out of the box. So that was, but a Rel would have just been like a cream on the crop, man. Just pull everyone in together for the bullet time. And the Magnet Storm just doing its thing. So it's shaping out to be quite an interesting day. We had some level 1 shenanigans, and over here we had also, you know, a valiant effort, I would say, from Team Orb. They tried their best. And let's just go over the stats real quick. So 36-minute game. And Syncamol seemed to have 25 kills, only 9 deaths with 42 assists, 72k gold to 57. Almost picking up all the Drakes, not like you said, just taking everything away, even going into their homes and being like, okay, I'm going to take your kitchen sink, I'm going to take your refrigerator, I'm going to take your microwave, I'm even going to take your dog. So that's basically what happened in that game. So it was a tale of basically who had the better draft, who had the better game plan, and SEA coming out on top.
Yes, Singapore, as you were talking about who I thought should be the MVP, I think it's going to be this man J4. So many good ganks coming in from him. Always was hovering wherever the Warwick was as well if his teammates were in trouble. In towards the later parts of the fight, great cataclysms, locking down the solo targets, locking down the Irelia, making her go in. Everybody else left alone. The bullet time from them didn't do much to them as well. And J4 was every place that he needed to be. As we said, all jungle objectives were taken except for one Drake. That's your jungler doing an amazing job, especially when your lanes are winning. It makes your job much easier. 6.8 CS per minute, kind of what you expect. The damage doesn't matter. His job was the CC, and he completely delivered on it. So SUVO, well played to you from Team Syncamol. You are the MVP for this game over here, and I think you could pretty much have given the MVP to any of these members in this team. That's how well they played.
Yeah, they played so well. They played so well. If I had to give a Player of the Game award, I would probably give it to Orianna for that. Just turning the entire dive around, just played that flawlessly. That was really well played. That was a faker moment there. So Orianna, like that was a sick play, man. Like I know you might have not got MVP because your jungler was jungling, but you were doing mid lane things, fancy feet, outplays all around across the board. So yeah, it was a fun match, and I'm really excited to see what we're gonna have in store for us next.
And before we head on anywhere, let's take a look a bit at our schedule today. We've already done 2 games. Nexus Reapers versus Tren Abusers. Tren Abusers coming out on top of that one. You just saw Team Orb versus Syncamol, with Syncamol coming out on top after a pretty lengthy game. And the next game that we shall be showing you shall be SUVO Haters versus Troll Gods. It's going to be yet again a best of one. Mind you, this is single elimination, and this is how we are rolling today. And this is going to be basically the beginning stage of Qualifier 2 over here, where you see most of these games. But before we head in to that game between SUVO Haters and Troll Gods, we'll take a very short break before we head back right into the action.
Yeah, so we'll see you guys soon.
As we are back with yet again League of Legends, as you've been knowing, we've been following. We've already had 2 matches for the day. We're going to head into the ultimate third game that we will be streaming for you. It's me, Bandus, alongside now a very familiar face, Hades. And yes, Hades, talk about a bit of this matchup that will be coming up.
Right, so SUVO hitters versus Troll Gods. I mean, I haven't seen either of these teams play before, so maybe you could just give me a little bit of an insight. Who do you have having an edge in this based on how these teams have been performing in the past?
Yeah, I've seen the Troll Gods name before, but I haven't seen SUVO hitters, maybe a newly formed team or maybe older players. But Troll Gods have been very, consistent in the way they play. They play pretty well. So I'm going to maybe be feeling Troll Gods until I see the players in the side of SUVO hitters. But yes, it just depends how it goes out. Till now, we've seen a bit of a dominant performances by one of the 2 teams, but let's hope in third game we get a more, action-packed match of more equal standing as we head right into the draft of this game.
All right, let's see. Who are they going to prioritize? Blue side has been taken by SUVO haters, so let's see what kind of a first pick that they're looking for. Wukong's a solid ban, actually. Very strong champion, even in the current meta. Can be flex top lane, can be flex jungle, so good choice there. I guess they're targeting the jungle pool at first. Take away some strong meta picks, maybe. Let's see if there's an answer also in the jungle, taking away something like the J4, taking away something like the Xin Zhao. See what the response is here.
Yeah, it does seem like we're going to have a much more higher type of gameplay just from the bans that are coming out. We hadn't seen a single Gwen or Nafiri ban given the standing that is in here. Troll Gods opting for that ban over there. I've seen Navoid before. Now that I see their player names, Navoid, Red Devil, Buff, Lean. Very good players, pretty old friends as well. So expect a good chemistry coming out from these from this team.
The Silas ban also. Let's see. Okay, so Gwen taken off the board. The Silas also a very strong pick, and again, one of those picks that just gets so far ahead if given an advantage earlier on in the game. So let's see how they're going to round out this. Will we see? Okay, yeah, but they're choosing to attack the jungle pool. I mean, Gwen is technically a top lane champion, but can be flexed in the jungle as well. I believe they might have nerfed her a little bit in the jungle because she was kind of OP. But yeah, let's see how the final bet is going to go and how they're going to prioritize their first bunch of picks here. They're thinking on this, taking their time.
Quite a bit of time, yeah. And it doesn't seem that they have banned anything. Interesting choice coming in from SUVO haters here. Maybe opting not to go for a ban. Just confidence, or maybe just a bit of communication gap between them at this point. But yes, you have the Silas and the Wukong banned out from SUVO haters. You have Troll Gods banning out the Gwen, the Viego. Viego pretty strong, pretty much the top jungler in the Korean solo queue at this point. And it's up to Troll Gods to run down the clock for their last ban. And they will banning out the Mel, the latest addition to the Rift.
Yeah, they don't want their abilities or projectiles sent right back at them. Oh, Yorick first pick. Okay, all right, I see what they're cooking here. Was it LCK or LEC that started bringing out the Yorick in this meta? I think it was That was an LCK team that played it quite recently, and it worked for them. Just a very strong side laner. There's not a lot of champions that can actually fight a Yorick that easily. You might be thinking like I would look up the matchup. I would think like Volibear. It's a good matchup into Yorick. Even Yone can do well into a Yorick if left unchecked. So the Kayn is the response. They're choosing to pick their jungler. Flexible pick. Kayn is not, even though is not a very meta champion, can take over games depending on how quickly they get the transformation. Leona also taken, some follow up, some CC, sets up a good, bot lane for them. But let's see what the answer is going to be on SUVO haters, if they're going to also match jungle support here, or choose to pick up like 2 power picks for themselves. So Talia locked in. There's probably going to be could be a Talia jungle, could be a Talia mid lane. We don't know, but we will see.
Yeah, as you said, it's a bit of a flex pick that Talia can be. It's either a blind pick for mid or the flexed into the jungle. But that does keep a bit of doubts in the minds of troll gods, especially how picks going on. They're going to match the support. The Braum does come in. And I was up to troll gods come in. Maybe an MF with the Leona, even a Jinx at this point. You have a lot of damage coming out for you.
I wouldn't really go with the MF here because Braum is just press E, block bullet time. Like, it's put up the door, block the bullet time. So maybe they could do it like maybe like a DPS, like hyper carry. Jinx, Caitlyn. Yeah, okay, I can see this work. It's a good combo because you're guaranteed to land your trap once Leona's changed her CC, so a little bit of extra burst damage is coming out there. Also, relatively safe later. Caitlyn, of course, for people who are still new to the game, Caitlyn is the champion with the highest attack range out of all the 80 carries throughout the game. Until, of course, she's later outscaled by Tristana at around like level 16, 17, or 18. But otherwise, it's a very strong lane. They have a very dominant like bot. So let's see how this second round robin goes. And Aatrox is taken off the board. Why? They have already locked in their top lane. Why ban an Aatrox? I don't get it.
Maybe thinking that the Yorick can be flexed jungle, even though it's been significantly nerfed in the jungle role right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what Troll Gods is thinking here. As you said, a bit perplexing even for us. But yes, another Mordekaiser ban for the day yet again comes in over here. Yeah, absolutely no surprise coming in. The SUVO haters have banned out the Mord. Now, Troll Gods with their last ban, what are they going to be looking for themselves? As you're talking about the Caitlyn, quite a bit of a bully in the lane, right? A lot can be done to him. And now the Ashe gets banned out. The Ashe Braum combo could have been deadly for SUVO haters in the bot side, even though Ashe with very less mobility.
Braum's a good combo here. Even though Lucian's gonna struggle with the range, if Braum can land the passive, then Caitlyn's gonna be right-clicking backwards and stuff. Or they could even pick something like a Tristana here, just to have that hyper scaling option into the late game. Also, good siege with Tristana. Also, champion that works really well with resets, and also South Asian flavor. A lot of South Asians, or just Asians in general, like their Tristana in the bot lane. So, Aurora. Okay, that's actually a very good ban because you're looking at a comp that wants to just kind of run into you. You have a Braum, you have a Talia that will stay at far and just throw rocks at you. A Veigar lock in to answer the Talia. Good, because now they have that late game scaling option for Troll Gods. They have this hyper scaling mage in the mid lane, but is answered by the Jinx in the bot lane. So, yeah, we're gonna see some arcane action here. We're gonna have some Jinx versus Caitlyn going on in the bot lane.
Cops and robbers going out over here. I was up to see what SUVO haters want to pick for their last pick. Probably going to be Fiora? Is that a Yorick mid then?
No, what? No, it can't. They can't lock this in. That doesn't make sense.
They try to play around. They can't lock in the Teemo. Teemo jungle. Teemo jungle is pretty good. But it's gonna be the Yone locked in. So probably Yone mid, Yorick top, Talia just around with us at this point, and now it's up. are back. Now you have the entire comp of shows in front of you. Let's see what Troll Gods essentially do with their last pick that you get as the red side.
They need a tank. They need like a tank. They need a solid frontliner at this point. A beefy boy in the top lane. Unless they could try to play the King top. Oh, instead they choose to go with an Urgot here. Not really the best matchup for the Urgot because those ghouls can just be super annoying. Like it's gonna like if you spawn your ghouls at the right time, like you can even block the Urgot ultimate. Like just be annoying in general. Just continue shoving the waves. But it's not a bad answer. I think it's a skill matchup. It depends on who is able to outtrade who. And but I am really interested to see now. It looks like Talia is gonna go into the mid lane. You're gonna send Yorick top, and looks like it's gonna be a jungle Yorick.
Yeah, and we were talking about how much it gets nerfed. Even my dear friend Spidey loves playing this Yorick in the jungle even after the nerfs. He's been working wonders with it, has been climbing. So maybe we're just not seeing the things that SUVO haters have in mind over here. We're just going to have to see it once we head into the rift. So it's going to be the Yorick jungle, Talia mid, Yone top against the Urgot over there. The Jinx Braum in the bot side, but the Veigar is going to get hyper scale. The Jinx is trying to go for her own scaling. I really want to see how Urgot wants to go for his ganks, because once he walls against you, it's pretty hard to get out, especially if Caitlyn's already used her Unit. There's not much options to get out of it. Otherwise, if she goes for the bot side gank, Veigar on the mid side against the Talia is going to be pretty strong against Talia, try to get some poke for herself. And yet, we had yet to see if we see another level 1 shenanigans. We did not see it in game 2, unfortunately, but game 3 seems a bit above the level of what game 1 and 2 is, especially with the picks and bans. And from what I know pretty much about these teams once I've seen their names.
And I'm just like, once again, just looking over this draft, even though it seems to be quite balanced, I would give the edge to Troll Gods because they have that Veigar cage for CC, they have Yoda ultimate and Zenith blade. They have Caitlyn traps that people can walk into if there is no vision in the area. Whereas, how do you start a fight as SUVO haters? You have a Talia flick back. You have a Braum maybe land in the concussive blows. You have a Yone ultimate, but apart from that, it's more like we need to peel our Jinx. Play kind of front to back. While Yorick kind of, takes over a side lane after a certain point in the game. But because it's a Yorick jungle, like, I don't know how this is gonna work. I guess you're gonna have an extra pet after level 6. You're gonna have your pet from the smite, and you're also gonna have a pet maiden following you around in the jungle as well, spawning more ghoulies. So, it's gonna be interesting to see. Hopefully, we won't see this Yorick fall too far behind because Kayn is just a clearing god. Can full clear pretty fast. So let's see how this goes. I mean, I'm expecting to see a pretty slow-paced game. Neither of these teams has that, other than for maybe the Urgot being like a proper lane bully and also the Caitlyn. But it is a Braum after all, so it's going to be relatively safe. If ever Leona looks to try to engage, Braum is just going to be able to peel backwards for their ADC. So I'm expecting to see some fireworks. I don't know if we will see level 1 shenanigans. But hey, we had one on the very first game. Let's see if both these teams go ahead and give us that.
Yeah, and I think Troll God had an idea of SUVO haters because they scouted it out. Because as soon as the Yorick came up, we were still questioning. We pretty much assumed it was going in the top side, right? But they had the idea that it's going jungle no matter what because they banned the Aatrox in the second phase of banning, mind you. So I think they know what they're up against, and they have scouted it out kind of the way. We're the ones who are just left a bit perplexed, and Troll Gods are still on point. They know what they are doing, right? And that's what you want in this team. So it's going to be a pretty good skirmish that's going to be starting out whenever we go for it. I'm pretty sure these teams don't want to go for level 1 because the Braum is especially strong level 1. You want to see SUVO haters try to go for it, and the side of Troll Gods maybe try and back out of that and not go for it. And the vision fight's going to go on, and expect a lot more roaming supports this time when you see the grub timers come up or lane swaps, because I expect it out of these two teams.
And you're looking at two teams, or rather, the team that's formed with all these legacy players. They have the experience under their belt, so it's probably going to be a banger of a matchup. I still don't see a world where the Team Sumos is actually able to start a fight on their terms, because their lack of engage is a little bit, scuffed. Instead, like, they would probably just choose to play it safe, farm it out, wait for the other team to make mistakes, or make them kind of react to the pressure points that they will be applying on the map. But it's anything goes. Like, you can sometimes see like low-level, inexperienced teams just take one elder fight, turn the game on its head, and take down a top team. Upsets happen sometimes, but this is not the case. This is going to be. Would you rate these teams to be kind of like balanced in terms of skill level?
I would honestly recommend them a bit on the balance more side, because given how they're scouting, how they've gone for their picks and everything, I honestly think this is going to be the more balanced kind of matchup that we've had all day till now, this third game. And that's very good. We're going to end off the day with a banger of a game essentially over here. So I can't wait to head into the action. Can't wait to see this Yorick jungle in action. I want to see what Red Devil does on this champion. He seems pretty confident in how early on he's selected it for himself, because I don't think he could have maybe even picked it later up in the stage, because it doesn't make a difference to him, because it could have been like maybe a surprise pick or how they want to go, because it did not even seem like a flex pick to the side of Troll, because they immediately knew it was going in the jungle. So maybe more mind games could have been played, but otherwise pretty happy with how both drafts have turned out and how these two teams are thinking about the process about hiding into the rift. But yet again, this is all theory. We're going to have to see what these guys do on the Rift, which team ends up with the feats of strength, which team has the feats of warfare. And I expect to see much more, equal level footing kind of fights going on, except for like compared to what the last game was, which is pretty much a complete blowout towards the side of Single. But we won't dilly-dally any further. We're heading straight in to matchup number 3 of the day. It's between SUVO haters and Troll Gods. And you can see that SUVO haters have definitely grouped up here, where Troll Gods have not.
They want to use the Braum passive to try to get some pressure, burn a few flashes. Oh, they're gonna go through the lane. Very smart. They're gonna use the Fog of War to their advantage here. Also, follow
They
the
are
Braum.
using it, but
We're not
look
gonna see
at
this
this
coming.
house.
Okay, they spotted it out.
They definitely did. They try to hug that wall as much as possible to use that fog of war advantage as you're talking about. Clear out the ward vision as well. Take control.
Oh,
of
Vega
that
being
vision.
very
Look at Veigar. Look at that Veigar. Nice. Puts in a ward for himself once 4 people are spotted here. Gets that early vision for his team. He'll know exactly where the jungler SUVO haters will be starting. And now Troll Gods have a bit of a vision advantage, at least in terms of that ward that was placed there.
Yeah, you could see that Vega was doing a Twitch cosplay, sneaky, in the jungle, planting that ward there, getting some deep vision. I mean, I would give credit to that Vega. Vega is a absolutely terrible early game champion. So walking into a team when you literally could be facing a Braum Q flying right at you and had to burn your flash, that would suck. But still, made use of the information that he had at the time. We can see that the junglers have a mirrored start. They're mirroring each other on the map.
Yeah, top to bottom pathing for the junglers right now. You're going to be starting his blue buff over there. Sneaky Troll is doing a lot of damage against Navoid, but Navoid backs away. It looks like bot side SUVO haters, the Jinx and the Braum will be hitting the level 2 first. Nice Q3 from Navoid, hitting straight onto the Argon over there. And now it looks like the Caitlyn and Leona a bit on the defensive side will be hitting level 2 a bit later than the side of the Braum and the Jinx. Nice Braum Q lands onto the Caitlyn. Can they get some more hits off? All these Q3s are hitting from the Yone right onto the Argon.
Yeah, you can also see the mid lane seems to be Talia seems to have the advantage in the earlier on with the push potential. She's going to have priority in this lane in the early levels. And it's going to be up to the Veigar to just, stay back, stack up your Qs, don't take too much poke. Let your bot side, use their advantage to help set up better resets, better roam timers, the scuttles. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty decent start for SVH.
Yeah, it does seem pretty good for SUVO haters. When on the mid side, Talia a bit up in CS. Yone is having to fight, especially for each and single CS that's being put onto him. Finally, we see a Q3 missing from the Yone onto Sneaky Troll over there. Sneaky Troll already has burnt his health pot, mind you. Now, Riddler walked up quite a bit forward over there. But Braum maybe flash Q or something like that. That could have been a very tricky
no
situation.
Business walking up. No business walking up right now. Oh, no. You need to
Yeah,
wait for your support before walking up, buddy.
And essentially they don't do that again. The W and the Q, W from the Jinx, the Q from the Braum missing out. Ooh, nice pullback from the Talia onto the Vega, but unfortunately was stunned up, couldn't do much after that. Get some damage off. Sneaky Troll on the top side, taking a bit lower on these trades. Now Void's gonna getting off a lot, but now Void is the one falling back in terms of trades. Look at this. Look at the Yorick. He's walking up, but over complete vision, unfortunately.
Yeah, both junglers having already taken their full clear, but of course, Kane gonna have the advantage at all points. He's gonna go for his second Raptor camp now as well, and respawn right on time. He's probably gonna look to take the Scuttle after that. Oh, Yorick actually being very patient here, coming in for the gank. We might actually see the Leona go down. She might have to burn her flash. Flash auto? Yes, of course. He waited way too long and has to pay the price for that. Caitlyn is not looking good herself, but don't take a turret hit. It's not what you want. Oh no! The failed flash into the wall, face planted against it. That is not the top action that you want to see. And meanwhile, the top lane. You can see this Kate is going to flash in right away. This is probably going to be a dead Yon, but he's going to try to get 1-for-1 before he goes there. Stack up your Q. No. Oh, he actually got away? He actually got away. Insane.
He actually got it. Well played with that Q3 at the end. Got out. The bot side, I just want to talk about that. Leona wanted to go back in. I don't understand that at all. She was pretty much out if she tried to walk away. But she uses... he comes back in. He gets, put against over there. The Caitlyn, a bit of a faulty flash right over there. Thought she had it over the wall. If she did, probably could have got the Jinx. They had vision over there. But unfortunately, it just didn't go for that. It's going to be SUVO haters picking up a 1-for-0. And more importantly, it's going to be the kill onto the Jinx there in the bot side.
The Jinx, who also picked up her call now. And so yeah, she's just hitting pretty comfortably. But as you could see, the lethality build potentially here from Riddler, from the Caitlyn.
Yeah, he does look to be going for the... He's going to go Collector into that. It's probably why he's gone the Fleet Footwork instead of the... nowadays you see the Lethal Tempo into the Yuntals for the Caitlyn, but he's opting for the older build path that we have seen before Caitlyn. Mid, look at the CS gap right now. 17 CS up for the Talia. In the top, it's pretty much even between the Yone and the Urgot. Nice E forward. Does land a lot of damage, but the Void's trying to trade back as much as he can. If his Q3 does land, it will be a bit of a problem. Yeah, that Urgot is there. With the ultimate comes in from the Yone.
Urgot wins this. Urgot wins this. Fear beyond death, and that is a dead Yone. And the response on the side of SUVO haters is they're gonna go for this Chemtech Dragon. Talia in a little bit of a problem there, caught between a cage and a cane, had to flash out. And okay, we might still see a contest here, but they should have this Dragon on the bag. That is fighting down, and now they're gonna go in on this Yorick. Yorick has to flash away, but he's gonna try to kill the Caitlyn at the same time. But you're looking at this Jinx, is gonna get excited. Caught in the cage, gets the first reset. He's gonna get the second reset. Also, it's gonna be a double kill for her. It's gonna be a triple kill maybe for the Jinx at this point. Look at the spacing, look at the kiting, look at the moves. This is not Faker, but it's one above all, and he is taking over. Taking 2 kills there. This is a Waker also who does not have anything to do except flash away maybe. Is he gonna survive? No mana on the Talia as well. He's gonna live till another day, but what a fight there. That was crazy. Both teams not willing to just go down without a fight, but the advantage coming over to the side of SUVO haters, who were able to pick up 2 kills on the Jinx as well as the Dragon for themselves. We are now looking at a about a 700 to 800 goal lead, but it's still not very far. I still feel like Troll Gods are still in this, because Yorick seems to have kind of caught up now in the jungle in terms of the CS. And
he has caught up over there. They did pick up the Drake as well. But it's importantly that the Jinx is the one who picked up the 3 kills of the triple kill, as you were talking about. There's so much gold. So 2 kills she got for herself, but there's a lot of gold being funneled onto her. But hold that thought. Take it away over here. The top 5 is going down. Alright,
yeah, I'm just trying to think Yone is probably dead here. Like, there's nothing really much to take it away. Getting good old-fashioned 3 men to the top side. We're not going to let you have fun kind of roam. But a very good roam timer there from the Leona, just in time for the Krugs as well. So this is just good game knowledge, good macro. Support knew exactly when to make the roam timer. They knew that Yon doesn't have the teleport, doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ultimate at the time. So making use of that, you could even see a Super Mega Death Rocket come to try to steal a Krug. Maybe a little bit of a far-fetched run over there, but she's just getting free farm on the bot side in exchange. For these grubbies, that's gonna go to the side of Troll Gods. They're trying to keep this game as relatively close as they can because it's 4 kills apiece. The gold is identical. Still anyone's game. But will we see a dive? You can see Talia is positioning aggressively. Maybe going to try to put up a wall here to cut her off. Maybe
There's no
not.
way that they can't actually go
Yeah,
for a
there's no
dive
way.
at this point. There's no way they can't actually walk up. But in the meantime, on the top side, that was a good kill onto him. And that's what I was talking about before the match. Expect to see support roams when grubs are up. And that's exactly what we saw from the side of the Leona on the side of Troll Gods. Even though Jinx did get a lot of free farm, they're going to freeze the wave over here. And it's still going to be the
No, they
lead
have-
of CS in the favor of Caitlyn. Oh, but Caitlyn's walked up
Caitlyn
quite a
might
bit.
be
The
in
Q
trouble
does
here. Oh,
land.
what a beautiful Q from the Braum. That's a dead Caitlyn. Goodbye, my friend. Even if you flash, even if you had barrier, you're probably gonna die, and that's gonna be another kill picked up, this time by the Jinx. Oh no, Lean. You do not steal your ADC's kills, my thing. This is
Yeah,
not
unfortunately, that kill went over to the Braum. But yeah, Jinx did have a fun time. Talia picked up a kill for herself. And yeah, Riddler just walking a bit too forward. We had talked about this before. She should have been punished that time. This time they didn't get the punish. Even after the net, the Q does land. That's now slow. The jumpers come out from the Jinx. The wall comes in from the Talia. And now one above all in a very healthy spot. Probably even picks up a Yuntals on the way back when he goes back to base, given how much he's getting for himself. And now they're trying to put a trap over the Yorik's close by. He's not letting... Look at where the Caitlyn and Leona... They can't even walk up over it. Because once they walk up, it might be a bit detrimental. Oh, but Nice comes out. But here comes the Braum ultimate.
no. Oh well, Caitlyn at least survived. But will we see any kind of retaliation? And it looks like the answer is no. They're just gonna be satisfied with the zoning them off the wave, dealing damage to that turret. Yo, you can see a deep teleport coming in. Urgot is actually looking for a flank angle here. And as this fight breaks out between towers, mind you, this is not looking like a good place because the flash forward comes. But also, was that a quick cut? Was that prediction there by the Talia? Flicking the Urgot away, but this is not where you want to be right now. Low HP bars to the side of Troll Gods. I'm not sure why Leona went back in. There's a Talia, like rocks right there. You can't dash through that. You're just gonna walk into a stun. Vega throws down the ultimate, but it's just not enough. But this Urgot is just dead. And now you can see that this is absolute chaos here. The turrets haven't even fallen and just choosing to fight between them. And I don't think Vhagar wants to be stuck under that turret any longer. But the play is done, the play is over. I think it's fine. But wow, what a play there. Would love to actually see a highlight of how that like broke out. But let's have a look at the stocks here. So SVH seem to have taken the goal lead now. They're sitting on a 1,000 goal lead. And are quite comfortable with the fact that Talia is 4-0-3.
Yeah, but I have to hold
even
the
though
thought
Vhagar
because
is a
on the bot
2-0.
side it was a 3-1 exchange for the side of SUVO haters, especially after that play. As you said, Leona walked up too much, not about the Drake is being spawned. That's what they want to find out. But because Urgot had TP'd bot side over there, that left the Kane trying to defend his lane over there. So he's on the opposite side of the map. He's getting a recall off right now, but this should be pretty much a Drake secured by the side of SUVO haters. They've taken a fantastic lead, already 2k up gold in the lead. They picked up one Drake. This will be their second Drake, which will be a hex tech for themselves. And yes, Talia's been very detrimental in these team fights to that. It's the side of Trogoz. They can't be doing anything. The Caitlyn's even gone for like a half and half build. Like she's got the Serrated Dirk. She has the Cloak of Agility, but now she's gone for daggers instead, not choosing to finish the Collector off. She's like half and half build, so she's going to be much weaker than the Jinx, even in the future team fights right now currently.
Yeah, I mean, she's so far behind, and Collector, I mean, I'm on the side of going Collector maybe as a secondary item and not really the main core item. Yuntal's Wild Arrow seems like a much better option, but Braum seems to be caught out here, and he is flashless and he's gonna fall. And but throws down a good ultimate. You can see Yorick is coming in here. Super Mega Death Rocket to seal the deal. That gives another kill over to RD. He's summoning the Maiden now. He wants business, he wants heads, he wants lives, and he's gonna take them. but there is still a turret up and available. But if we learn something from the previous fight, they aren't afraid to take fights between turrets. They aren't afraid to die.
Absolutely.
So
They're not
Talia is
taking
going to come
fight.
in now while a fight is breaking out in the top side as well. We do see a 1v1 and he jumps immediately back into the bot lane. Caught in a cage, stuck between a couple of rocks in a hard place, and Kane right now is going to just get stunned on exit. Has to flash out of the way. He's going to go back in? What? I'm not sure what that was about, but Talia, you are not in a welcome position, my friend. You're just going to get taken down a little bit too late. They shouldn't be diving this far on. They could have just taken the turret using the pressure that they had. But this is just straight up blood. Like, none of these teams wants to back down. They're just like, we're going to fight. We're going to fight, and we're going to fight, and we're going to fight.
This is just a complete bloodbath going on. The Veigar is 5-0-0, already has his Roa in his pocket as well. 6 stacks in the Dark Seal. Sneak in the top side is pretty even in farm with Void, but in the mid lane, Talia still up in CS even after that disastrous play there over there. She's going to stalk, as you said, between a couple of rocks and a hard place. Now where to go, separated from her team. Leona comes in, seals the deal with the cage around. It's a Veigar who ends up picking up the kill, even though Caitlyn's ultimate was channeled onto him. Maybe put some more gold in the Caitlyn's pocket. She's opted to complete the entire Berserker Greaves first instead of the Collector. The Yuntal's finish from the side of the Jinx, has Berserker Greaves, has 28 stacks just remaining in that curl, has a control that she can put down as well. The Rift Herald will be spawning, so that's something you also have to watch out for over here, because that will give 3 of the 3 epic monsters to the side of SUVO haters, and it looks like GodZ really want to fight this out over here.
But they have the setup, they have the vision setup, but like I said, this game has been a bloodbath and neither team wants to back down. They're pretty close relatively in terms of their wallets and their items. However, this is a 5-0 Veigar who has a rod that is also stacking up, has 6 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. So we're looking at a scary scaling Veigar right now. Earlier Talia was in the lead, but now it's kind of evened out, even though the CS differential is absolutely massive in favor of this Talia. I'm not sure you want to be walking up there, buddy.
Yeah, but this also means the feats of strength have also been picked up by the SUVO haters right now. Kane's coming in over here. I don't think you can do much except, deter these members to walk maybe a bit away. Talia quite a bit up in CS, has also 4 kills, can try and match a Veigar in these fights. If she lands a good push back, it can be the make or break of certain fights. Look at how RD is walking into the jungle over here, trying to get much vision for himself. Lean's gonna come as well, put a ward down. Now it looks like both mid lane, the top laner of SUVO haters and the mid laner of GodZ are matching each other on the bot side. Jinx and Braum matching the other on the top. Talia left to match the Caitlyn and the Leona in the mid. So now a bit of lull just before the next Drake fight will come out. Mind you, if SUVO haters get this, they'll put them on soul point. I think GodZ's been falling into a trap over here.
Yep, and he's not going to survive this encounter. Like, I mean, there's no chance he survives this. The Braum passive just way too strong. Gives the Jinx yet another kill. Like, Caitlyn is caught in a cage, and not the best kind. Talia wall goes down, but she's gonna get stunned up right away. But it looks like the fight is gonna be extended. We have a teleport coming in. Kane landing the ultimate, coming back out again. But a super mega death rocket followed up by the Yone is just able to secure the kill on the Leona. So very close fights from both sides. But once again, the ones to come out on top was SVH there, getting a kill on this Yone, who is now seems to have just had a very quiet game, hasn't literally left the lane much, but now getting a little bit more involved in these fights. But he's probably going to go pick up his second item now on this recall.
Yeah, and nice TP coming in from him with that ultimate that he goes on over there. Picks up the kill onto the Leona at the side. She's unfortunately 0-6-6 right now. Not the best of situation for her. Kane's trying to get over the wall. Lean's just deterring because the Drake is up. He wants to get as much positioning as he can. Lean is a man on a mission. He does not care about getting caught. Nobody can catch this guy. And the Drake's going to be shortly started up by SUVO. Another fight is about to break out. GodZ, this is pretty much their make or break of this game right here.
No, this is getting chunked down. There's no contest anymore. Kane is out of the fight. But he walked into... Super Mega Death, not enough to secure the kill on the Kane. But Kane is just sticking around on the sidelines. They're probably just going to give out the dragon and be happy with the kill that they got on the Talia. Talia was just a little bit out of position there. And Joker, I'm not sure you're walking up there, buddy. You're kind of low on HP. But so is the Fear Beyond its death. And Yon is out of the 9999 damage. And the fight continues to break out. There's absolute chaos. Dragon is secured. Meanwhile, in the Yorick, comes and bonks him on the head, takes the kill on the Vega, but now has to run away. He got the Dragon, he got what he came for, but he is being surrounded by 4 members, but they choose not to take that anymore. So let's quickly take stock of what just happened. So 3 dead on the side of SVH. However, they did secure the Dragon, which is what they wanted. And while this Yorick seems to just be, you know, not seeming like a bit of a questionable pick in the jungle, they definitely know what they're doing. So as we walk into this instant replay, you can see the CC chain is just way too much, and Yon just gets absolutely destroyed. Leona getting caught up after all her CC has been used is also probably going to go down. You can see that, you know, they were trying their best to clean up, try to get a little bit more damage down, but it was just not successful. But they came for the Dragon. They got the Dragon.
Yeah, it did seem like they were out of the
kills.
picture when the Kane's HP bar was so low. But yeah, if the Talia gets caught like that, that just spells disaster for the side of SUVO haters. They do manage to pick up the Drake. They do get onto Soul Point, but at a bit of a huge cost to their side. The Vegars did go down as well in the fight. He did give up his shutdown. Now look at this, a flash from the Talia just to get out of the cage from the Veigar over there. Pressure being applied in the mid-tier 1, but it looks like Jinx wants to just pick up that additional red buff that's left on the side. You can see Kane's waiting for added aggression here into his side of the jungle. They maybe want to catch onto the Yori, but instead choosing better of it, thinking out otherwise. The top side,
Man.
the Urgot's going to be getting some fear farm.
The Herald's
Jinx is
coming
very
down as well
ahead.
now in the mid lane.
The Herald will be coming down in the meantime in the mid lane. They're going to drive. Yorick's going to be the driver of this one. They're going to pick up the mid tier 1. That's going to be all 3 tier 1 turrets from Troll Gods gone, and Veigar has been caught up.
Veigar getting caught out and dies. And Caitlyn is on, well, a little bit of a bender right now, and obviously gonna get rocketed right in the face. They're gonna get yet another charge. Oh, good smite there, actually. They're not gonna get the 3rd charge, but this is gonna be a tower falling at exactly 20 minutes into the game, and SVH deciding, wait, are we gonna take this objective? No, yes, no, yes, no. Okay, I'm just gonna run backwards. A little bit indecisive. They're not sure what they wanted. Gonna probably fall back into the reset here. Just take the jungle.
I think they just want the Atakan. They're choosing the timing instead. They could have maybe taken the inhibitor if Atakan wasn't up. I think they're going to walk to Atakan after this right away. They're walking exactly towards the Atakan right now, and they're going to be trying to pick up for that. It looks like
they're going to
have an idea of what is going down. This might be a throw. The reset might have been a better picture, but look at this. Lean is waiting here.
Oh, they're just going to go for it. They push the go button. Very early ultimate there by the Kane, but he's taking a lot of damage. They're going after each other, going after the Jinx, but the peel is just way too good, and this Jinx is way too fed, and we now see Talia also picking up more kills at the end of that, and my goodness, was that fight not what they wanted to do. Troll Gods, you guys were so close in this game, but now Yon is just like, okay, let me just take out another member of the board, and what turned out to be a very close game has suddenly swung massively in favor of SVH now, who are looking to barrel down this bot lane and take the 2nd turret as well. They're sitting on a lot of gold right now.
They're sitting on a tremendous amount of gold. Talia wanted to create some gapping here and there. I don't think it was necessary. The flash forward by the Yone, he really wants to catch this Caitlyn. Doesn't end up getting the kill. So a flash burned by an avoid over here while they pick up the tier 2 in the bot side. Tier 2 mid gone, tier 2 bot gone. Troll Gods are losing turrets left, right, and center, and have not picked up even one for themselves. The closest they've got is the tier 1 in the top side of SUVO haters, which is at around half HP. And Riddle just has to walk towards space. Hasn't completed his IE, while Jinx has the Unitals completed, the IE completed, already halfway up to the Ruins Hurricane as well. As you see, a big factor in these team fights is once Jinx gets excited like that, she can just turn it around so much. They get that fight in their favor. They get the Atakan as well. And yet again, a bit of stomp in terms of jungle objectives in the favor of SUVO haters. The only thing that Troll Gods could get were the 3 grubs, and Jinx looking to even steal this away from the Kane. They're trying to maybe get it over here. Maybe the W comes in. Oh, the auto was just not enough. The smite comes in from the Kane.
Yeah, and like just taking stock of the items that they just purchased. You can see SVH now. Their Yon is going to be completing his 2nd item as well. And you can already see the Spear of Sojin has already come out of the Yorick, so he can spawn ghoulies much more frequently now. than he did before and join his laners with this card setup. But they're setting up in the jungle. Yorick is not afraid to actually just start these fights, just chunk down whoever they can. There's a pretty beefy boy in the Braum, and Braum was such a perfect pick against this draft because, like, what are you gonna do? Even Veigar's ultimate can be blocked by the Braum shield if timed correctly. So, just a pick that nullifies a lot of what they're trying to do. I'm not sure what Urgot's plan was there, except to just die. And now the fight is kind of scuffed, and we see a Jinx completely untouched. Yone actually seems to get a good angle, or rather the Kane gets a good angle, but they're going to peel for this ADC. You're going to dash through a rock field. You're going to get stunned. You're going to get taken out. Riddler, there is no damage on this ADC. Caitlyn is not going to go. You can't run away from a Yorick, my friend. You are dead. And this game looks like it's just about done at this point.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad for them. Yeah, Veigar's ultimate gets blocked, as you said, by the Braum shield. We talked about it a few seconds ago. From your own mouth, it is, and it is exactly what happened in front of us. The Urgot, I don't know what he was doing, positioning over the Talia. Pretty much ended up 1v1ing him. The Jinx rocket comes in, the Superman dead rocket. It gives Jinx the excitement before the fight even begins. It does so much damage, and the Jinx, as you said, Kane tries to reach her, but there's so much peel from the side of SUVO haters. You can't do anything to this Jinx, and if you can't do anything to the Jinx will pretty much run the way on these team fights. And as you said, Caitlyn, no damage right now, doesn't even have an IE completed. It's been 24 minutes and she's pretty much useless at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they got good. They got Veigar on the death cap now. But still, like, you know, it's going to be very difficult for this Veigar because she's sitting on a 60 CS like differential. That's massive, man. And even the jungle, like, you can see the CS differential in the jungle is also pretty huge. The top lane seems to be like in favor of Troll Gods, but the bot gap, man, this bot gap is huge now. Baron has been started. And I don't think that Troll Gods wants to try to take this fight because it's already gone, man. Like, there's no way you're gonna... You shouldn't even be walking up. Like, you shouldn't even be walking up. Just give up the objective. Just turtle. Stay inside. Set up defensive boards. Try to hold off the pressure. But now there's one more member down for 30 seconds. And they're going to utilize this push. And if I'm the Yorick, I'll be like, okay, so you guys go mid. I'm just going to go top on my own. But Talia seems to be doing, you know what, I got that bit covered. Go take their jungle, don't give them anything. Oh, nice little steal there by Veigar. Just like, you can't take everything. You can try, you can take Baron, but you're not taking this wolf. This wolf is mine.
Yeah, these are a bit about consolation points at this point. Like, Troll Gods are just so far behind right now. Like, the Veigar, he was 5-0 at one point, now is 5-3, so you can see that he's not being utilized the right way in these fights. Doesn't have the damage that you want to output. No one's touching the Jinx. Jinx is left, but hold up, Jinx might get caught out here.
Jinx is able to flash away, good, but now we see a dead Yorick. Just explodes! But this is an untouched Jinx. Focus the AD carry. You cannot. This AD carry is gonna get a triple kill. And the shutdown. I mean, Jinx is just like, I'm gonna fight until the end. I think we're gonna end the game here.
I think this is pretty much the end, as you said. What is this Caitlyn gonna do against this? Especially out in the weakened state that she's still, the IE has not been completed. She's just needs 620.
And they die.
I think Navoy is just gonna jump in onto her and he's gonna just neutralize her himself, or today's gonna knock her back. Just look at the spacing. The turret's going down. You have the empowered Baron minions. This is, as you said, a GG going in front of SUVO haters. But hold that thought.
No, they're gonna try, but you cannot walk up. You have no damage. You have no items. You're 4 levels behind the Yone. Okay, now they're gonna take a recall, or are they? Are they? They're looking for an angle here. The ultimate is coming off of cooldown for the Urgot. They're looking for something. They're making a call. They're looking, but they're being looked back at by a bunch of Baron-empowered minions. Veigar's walking into rocks. They really want to try to get something back, but they're just not gonna get anything. And it's back to taking stock of the items. We have a 3-item Yorick. We have a 3.5-item Jinx. We have a 4-item Braum. And we will have a death cap on this Talia too.
is not looking
yeah,
good at
not
all.
well.
SUVO haters around 12k gold up at this point. Have the soul ring, have the Atakan, are so far ahead. Not much. It's just pretty much about a timing matter about when they want to end the game. The Veigar, even though he got fed early on, has not been that effective in these teams, especially with the Jinx, being let loose, left completely untouched, unscathed by anything. They're trying to jump in onto the Yone here on the top side, but I think Yone is just going to ult and just gets out of it. And you've dragged so many members to the top side. This just leaves one of the last tier 3s on the bot side open for destruction from this Jinx. This Jinx can pretty much free fire away, just waiting for the wave to come. Maybe not even that. Once the Yorick just steps up with
They don't
his,
even need it.
ghouls.
Yeah, the Yorick or the bomb
Yeah.
just steps up and like it's turret down, inhibitor down, and also going to be a bit of a dead Yone, but that's okay. Kill the Yone, trade the Yone for the Nexus. Yep, I like that trade.
Yeah, that's
Or did they
definitely a trade I'll be willing to. They didn't even get the Yone at the end of the day. The Yone just survived. They finished the game before that. So I don't know why you're chasing that when your base is pretty much being open from the bot side of the map. That's not what you want to do. Talking about a bit of the team fights over here, you can see the Jinx. Look at her. She looks like she's been caught out, but still has that pesky flash to her name. Gets over the wall, comes around over here, gets back into the fight, so looking for the
All
resets.
she
Look
needs
at
is
the Leah
one reset.
pullback.
Just right click,
Gets the
right
reset
click,
over here,
click.
but unfortunately she
Attack
ends up
move,
falling in
attack
this
move.
fight the way it goes on. She does get a triple kill. The Talia gets a double kill, but look at this Veigar ultimate that comes out, picks up the kill over there. I think that was enough to delay the inevitable over here, because if the Jinx still survives, they have enough wave potential that they can maybe finish this before the Leona comes up. And look, she's going to ultimate over here at this point. Does come in, but yeah, they're still going to get the kill. They're going to try and get the reset. The Caitlyn just had a very poor game, was pretty much non-existent in the matchup. We thought she'd be the lane bully that you expect out of a Caitlyn. Just could not do it with the Jinx
It's
and
just
Braum combo
difficult
that was
against the
matched up
Braum.
against it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Braum,
exactly.
I think if I were to give a play of the game in this, I mean, a lot of people would be like, "Oh yeah, Jinx carried," but who enabled her, bro? The Braum played really well this game. Like Lean was just everywhere. He was a menace on the map. At the end of the day, it was a very close game. At least in the first 20 to 25 minutes, it was pretty close. It was pretty close up until that dragon fight, and that's when everything just started to go south. But victory by SUVO haters. Very good job. You are the final team to qualify from the second phase. And we'll be joining Tren Abusers and Sinkamal as winners of Qualifier 2. And we'll
No.
moving.
They're not the winners of Qualifier 2. They've just moved on in this round of Qualifier 2.
Right,
They're going to go
okay.
to the next round, and yes, they're going to
Okay.
be joined, as you said, by Tren Abusers over there. Now we have the score sheet in front of us. The goal difference quite a bit. This is just going to be, as you said, still was a pretty close game till the 14 kill each side mark. When that dragon fight went a bit south, they did pick up the dragon from SUVO haters, but Troll Gods did get most of the kills in that fight. But yes, let's talk a bit about the MVP for this game. And as you said, I was on a nice edge about who to give it to, the Jinx or the Braum. The Braum, as you said, enabled it. The Jinx had excellent spacing also during the team fights, while I kind of edged it towards that side. Yeah, even there, flashes of the wall comes back in for the team fight, does a lot. So one above all will be your MVP for the matchup between Troll Gods and SUVO haters. KD of 9-3-12. A bit more deaths than I would have liked, given the kind of dominant performance that they had. Maybe on the 9-1-12 would have been a better score for him. But yes, damage per minute 803, a little lower on the CS per minute mark, because just how much fighting was being going out. The goal difference a huge between him and his opposing Caitlyn, who was pretty much a null effect in this matchup. As you could see, the Braum neutralized earlier on. The Caitlyn just never got the gold in her pocket. Couldn't even make the IE towards the end. So pretty much that's all she wrote for this matter.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a really good day of League of Legends. There was like a lot of interesting plays, a lot of interesting comps, some pocket picks coming up. Like, the Yorick actually working out really well for them. And I mean, if there was good enough scouting and they knew the Yorick was going to be a problem, I would have probably taken it off the board. But I still think that the ace pick for me was the Braum. The Braum just kind of, if you look at the draft that they had, it kind of just negates everything that Troll Gods wants to do. What they want to do is jump on the Jinx. And when there's a Braum in front of you to peel for her, like that's just going to be so hard to do. So good drafting, very good game plan executed. It was super close. I enjoyed how close it was. But at the end of the day, it was those the team fights, those macro calls, just being at the right place at the right time is what secured them.
Yeah, it does seem a bit like that we had a bit of, it looked a bit even more for them. But you can also stay tuned for the Qualifier 3 registrations that are going on, especially the teams that did not make it past this round today. You can already hit it up for Qualifier 3. That's going to be your last chance to get into Legends Ascent South Asia. That is the tournament 10 lakh prize pool at the end of the day. So that's what you have to look forward to. But congratulations to teams that made it through Q2 today, Qualifier 2. As we're moving on to the next round, we're getting slowly closer and closer towards the next 3 teams that will be making it into Legends Ascend.
Yeah, and just to remind you guys that we can be followed on all of the socials, which will also be detailed for you. But otherwise, if you're a fan of good League of Legends and you're looking to see what the South Asian region has in store for you, please make sure to follow, keep updated with everything that's going on, because we will be having some really good games coming your way also very soon. Also, just want to say thank you to the organizers of the tournament, Fragnation, and of course to Riot Games for allowing South Asian League of Legends to become a thing. And potentially one day in the future, we'll have teams at Worlds. That is the goal. That is the dream. And it's all thanks to little initiatives like this that we're able to experience this. So super grateful for it. And any final thoughts on how the day was today?
The day was good. It was a very good day. We had a lot of action, especially the last game. But that will be us at least for today. We will be signing off. Make sure to check out the highlights for the game at the end. We will be showing that. It's all for me today. That's been Madness alongside Hades, and we will see you on the next one.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one.
Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.
top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one.
Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top.
I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one.
Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top.
I did it. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.